and today I'm introducing LB 1113. LB 1113 provides a clarification to the ImagiNE Nebraska Act to address the developing technology of carbon capture and sequestration. There is an amendment that's being passed around that somehow got through without dioxide after the carbon, so we're talking about CO2. The ImagiNE Nebraska Act currently provides tax incentive to certain kinds of businesses, including those involved in the manufacturing and processing of agricultural products. The Act provides varying levels of incentives based on delineated levels of investment and or employment in Nebraska. The Act provides a personal property tax exemption for business equipment involved directly in the manufacture or processing of agricultural products in two specific situations: where the cumulative investment in qualified property is at least $5 million and at least 30 new jobs are hired at qualified locations, or where the investment is 50 million and a couple of other different qualifications come in. LB 1113 seeks to clarify the definition of business equipment exempt under the quality jobs and modernization levels, include equipment used primarily for the capture and compression of carbon dioxide, more specifically at ethanol plants. The bill addresses a developing trend to capture that CO2 rather than having the CO2 being emitted into the air. Specialized equipment is needed to capture the CO2, and once captured, the CO2 can then be either sold for industrial purposes, and there's a number of those purposes, and more of those are developing. I know it's used in the meat packing industry and ingredient of fertilizer and bottling of carbonated drinks and other things, or it can be put in a pipeline and transported to a qualified sequestration location. The amount that would be sold versus put in a pipeline, of course, we don't know, but CO2 capture would create a market for local industrial users. LB 1113 ensures that the equipment purchased to capture that carbon dioxide would be treated like other personal property and equipment eligible for the exemption. The bill would not affect income tax revenues. It would also not impact sales tax revenues. Rather, it would only affect personal property tax for applicants satisfying the modernization and quality jobs levels. The bill addresses the reality that our manufacturing processes are evolving. And as evolution occurs in Nebraska's tax code needs to evolve to recognize these changes and ensure our agricultural processing companies remain competitive. And I ask that the Revenue Committee look favorably on LB 1113. And I would be happy to answer any questions, although there will be testifiers following me that have much more technical knowledge of how this would work. So the technical questions, I would certainly defer to the following testifiers.
Thank you very much. Are there questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Chairman.
First proponent. You can go ahead.
Thank you. Chairperson Linehan and members of the Revenue Committee. My name is Jesse Sitz, first name Jesse, last name S as in Sam, ITZ. My address is 1700 Farnham Street, Suite 15, Omaha, Nebraska. I'm a tax attorney at Baird Holm Law Firm. I'm here on behalf of Kappa Ethanol Holdings, LLC, in support of LB 1113, which, as Senator Meyer stated, relates to the Nebraska ImagiNE Act. Kappa Ethanol Holdings, LLC, is one of the largest producers of ethanol in Nebraska with over 300 million gallons of capacity and 180 employees. Kappa just celebrated its 20th anniversary of operations in 2023, which started, as many of you know, at its Minden facility. We are very appreciative of the efforts of Senator Meyer and his staff in preparing and proposing LB 1113. As he mentioned, LB 1113 provides a clarification to the ImagiNE Nebraska Act to address the developing technology of carbon capture and sequestration. Before jumping into the explanation of what carbon capture and sequestration entails, though, I'd like to explain the aspect of the ImagiNE Act affected by this bill to add on to a little bit of what Senator Meyer said. As he mentioned, the ImagiNE Act provides tax incentives to certain kinds of businesses, including those involved in the processing of corn into ethanol and certain co-products, such as wet or dry distillers grains and distillers corn oil, among others. The Act provides varying levels of incentives based upon delineated levels of investment and/or employment in Nebraska. The Act does provide a personal property tax exemption for, quote, business equipment, close quote, involved directly in the manufacture or processing of agricultural products, but only for two specific application levels. If you look at the application levels on the last page of the handout that I provided, you can see LB 1113 would apply only to the application levels delineated as quality jobs investment and modernization. Those are sort of similar to the old tiers of the Nebraska Advantage Act. The quality jobs investment and modernization levels provide a combination of significant investment in Nebraska as well as providing high-paying jobs. LB 1113 seeks to clarify that the definition of business equipment that is exempt from personal property tax under those two situations would include equipment used primarily for the capture and compression of carbon dioxide, and I would note, not for transportation. The bill addresses a developing trend to, in layman's terms, capture carbon dioxide created in industrial processes, and again, rather than having the CO2 being emitted into the air. Ethanol plants are good candidates to capture CO2 because the chemical reactions, the fermentation that occurs during the conversion of corn into ethanol provides one of the purest streams of carbon dioxide.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you. Are there questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much for being here.
Thank you.
Next proponent, please.
All right, good afternoon, Senator Linehan and members of the Revenue Committee. I'm Dawn Caldwell, DAWN-CALDWELL, and I'm the Executive Director of Renewable Fuels Nebraska. RFN is the policy organization for Nebraska's ethanol industry, and we are proud to have 100% of the ethanol production in Nebraska as our membership. I'm here today on behalf of RFN and the Ag Leaders Working Group to offer support for LB 1113. For your reference, the Ag Leaders Working Group consists of these organizations: Nebraska Cattlemen, Nebraska Corn Growers Association, Nebraska Farm Bureau, Nebraska Pork Producers Association, Nebraska Sorghum Growers Association, Nebraska Soybean Association, Nebraska State Dairy Association, Nebraska Wheat Growers Association, and Renewable Fuels Nebraska. Just last week, I testified in front of this committee about the tremendously favorable circumstances ahead for adding value to Nebraska agriculture and growing our bioeconomy as we discuss sustainable aviation fuel production and sales. At that time, I mentioned the necessity of carbon capture for that to be a truly viable opportunity. As the ethanol plants across our state have worked with carbon capture companies and created business plans to make their ethanol more valuable by lowering the carbon intensity score, they have run across a distinct challenge. The ImagiNE Nebraska Act has lent to business growth and expansion, which is good for all of us. However, it has been discovered that our Department of Revenue doesn't deem the carbon capture and compression equipment, which is a significant business investment and essential to value-added production opportunities moving forward, as exempt from certain taxes. The ImagiNE Nebraska Act needs to be amended to recognize the entire production process necessary to achieve a carbon intensity score that makes the ethanol competitive in tomorrow's marketplace. As the carbon capture companies progress toward the construction and operations phases, ethanol plants are working to make sure they will be ready with capture and compression equipment. LB 1113 brings alignment of tax regulations for necessary business expenditures. I ask that for Nebraska's farmers and ranchers, Nebraska's ethanol producers, and particularly for Nebraska's small communities who rely on a successful ethanol industry for their vitality, that you advance LB 1113. Thank you, and I would try to answer questions.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the committee? Yes, Senator Dunn.
Thank you, Chairman Hannah. Thank you for being here. I always appreciate a plug for sustainable aviation fuel as well.
I'm here for you.
From both your testimony and also who we just heard previously, it seems like this is intended to be a clarification to ensure that these are covered. Have there been any, I guess, disputes that have already occurred wherein there's been pushback saying these aren't covered, or is this more of a belt and suspenders approach?
Correct. No, companies have already been working toward business plans. When they do their financial planning or they're working on their cash flows, they consult with the Department of Revenue to make sure of accuracy, working on their cash flows. And this is a clarification that is needed based on the feedback they've received from the Department of Revenue.
So this has been already said, this needs
Correct.
to change if we want to make sure this is covered.
Correct.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you, Senator Dungan. Are there other questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next proponent.
Chairwoman Linehan, members of the Revenue Committee, for the record, my name is Don Wesley, Donwesley. I'm here representing Tallgrass Energy. We are moving forward on a carbon pipeline, and progress has been very steady. We're looking forward to that being operational in the near future. But in order for it to be operational, ethanol plants have to have this equipment to capture and then be able to transport it through compression into our pipeline. So it's essential to the whole process. And then once it's in the pipeline, they can go to sequestration. But as was mentioned, there are other uses. And I thought Senator Meyer did a nice job of opening and listing some of those other options and potential industries that might develop in Nebraska. So for those reasons, Tallgrass Energy supports this legislation.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much. Are there any other proponents? Are there any opponents? Anyone wanting to testify in the neutral position? Senator Meyer, we did have 2 letters and they were both proponents.
Thank you. And thank you for the folks who came in to testify in favor of my bill. And I won't take much time, but I think this is the next logical step of the biofuels industry. I think it ties in with the SAF fuel that Senator Dungan had talked about last week. We all know there's 2 new soybean processing plants coming online shortly in Nebraska, and how this whole fits together. I think we never know everything that there is to know about how an industry progresses. But this is one step that we need to take to be able to use these tax credits for that compression of CO2.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the committee? Senator Murman.
Yes, I noticed on the fiscal note, there's, there will be some loss in property taxes to the local units of government because of exempting this equipment. But I don't think it mentions in the fiscal note that if these plants don't keep operating and even increase their production and aren't there for the future, that there would be a tremendous loss of revenue to.
Yeah, I don't even want to think about that road, because I know the millions and millions of dollars it pumps into the rural economy. And like I said, it's just a necessary thing we need to do to clarify the law so that when these plants do get ready to buy that equipment, that it qualifies under the ImagiNE Nebraska Act.
Thank you. I just wanted to get that in the record. We need to be competitive.
Okay.
Thank you, Senator Murman. It is good to mention the fiscal notes. Are there other questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much. And okay, so everybody knows Senator Bostar is across the hall, and when he gets done, I'm supposed to go across the hall. So can we go to Senator Murman's bill?
Yes.
Should be the next 13.
Senator Murman, welcome.
Good afternoon, Vice Chair Von Gillern and members of the Revenue Committee. My name is Dave Murman. I represent District 38. Today, I'm introducing LB 1397, a bill relating to the classification of agricultural and horticultural land for tax purposes. Specifically, this bill adds a provision which says that land used for non-agricultural or horticultural purposes, such as solar or wind farms, are not included in that classification. The logic behind this change is simple. Our agricultural and horticultural property tax rate is for farming purposes. In the case of creating wind and solar energy, this is a commercial venture. This classification is not about punishing any industry, but instead about making sure our classifications make sense to why we have them. The classification of ag land was designed to reflect the true nature of, as the name implies, agriculture. Wind and solar farms, whatever your position is on these, do not fit that nature. This is a bill that has a broad range of support from our agricultural community, including the Nebraska cattlemen, corn growers, Farm Bureau, pork producers, sorghum producers, soybean association, dairy association, wheat growers, and Renewable Fuels Nebraska. With that, I'll close and encourage the Revenue Committee to support the work for a more realistic assessment of ag land and support LB 1397. Thank you, and I'm happy to take any questions, but there'll be more experts behind me.
Thank you, Senator Murman. Any questions from the committee members? Seeing none, we'll invite up our first proponent. Anyone who would like to speak as a proponent for LB 1397? Seeing none, any opponents who would like to speak in opposition to 1397?
I also need your green sheet, sir.
What?
I need your green sheet.
Yeah, I'd like to hand one of those to each one of the senators.
Good afternoon.
Hi. Members of the Revenue Committee, my name is Gerald Vinduska. It's spelled Jarel. Vinduska is Vinduska. My address is 19506 South Highway 31, Gretna, Nebraska. What I'm having handed out right now is the way the directive is from the Department of Revenue right now. And if you could read through that right quick, what I have highlighted in red. It says the real property of a facility subject to local assessment, the land associated with the facility will continue to be assessed as it was prior to the existence of the facility. If the land was classified or is assessed as agricultural land prior to the facility being built, the land will continue to be classified as agricultural and horticultural land. The presence of one or more renewable energy generation facilities or supporting infrastructure is not a factor in the assessment, evaluation, or taxation of the real property or on which the facility is located. I think that it needs to stay that way because if you read the definition of agricultural and horticultural land, it says that if a parcel is predominantly used for agricultural purposes, it gets that classification. Now, the problem with what I see here is I contacted Senator Murman's office and I said, okay, well, first off, it doesn't only include renewable energy stuff, any commercial use. So there's multiple other uses that could be classified as commercial to make you lose that designation. For instance, like say Calamus Outfitters, if they take people on canoe trips, so that's a commercial operation. It'd be a shame to have them lose all of their agricultural and horticultural designation because commercial would make it too expensive to farm. And so this needs to be tightened up a lot if this is going to go through to really define what you're talking about. I talked to Senator Erdman. I was kind of surprised he's a co-signer of this because I thought we'd kind of come to the conclusion in the legislature here that property taxes are the most damaging way to collect money for government. And here we're making a new hit on farmers and ranchers with, commercial designation. See, like at our farm in Sarpy County, well, Commissioner Albright is familiar with this. See, we got hit really bad with, when they excluded land associated with buildings. We get stuck about $77,000 to $80,000 for 1 acre because of that. And so I'd hate to have the same thing happen to farmers and ranchers in the state with this, where we don't clarify it. Like Senator Erdman said that he,
Can I get you to wrap up your comments, please?
yeah,
You're
he
at
didn't,
time.
he didn't intend for that to be the case, that you'd lose the whole farm's designation. But I told him, I said, intent doesn't mean anything, by my opinion. It has to be spelled out in the legislation. Otherwise, there'll be room for confusion.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions from the committee members? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony today. Next opponent. Afternoon.
Mr. Vice Chairman, members of the committee, for the record, my name is John Hanson, John, Hanson, Hansen. I'm the president of the Nebraska Farmers Union. The handouts that I'm giving you today are the latest effort to be able to sort of capture the economic benefits of renewable energy development. And so when we're talking about renewable energy development, whether it's wind or solar, these are natural occurring things that farmers and ranchers have control of on their property. Whether you're for or against it, it is in our view, the private property right of the landowner to be able to develop their property in a fashion that is consistent with their economic benefits and their quality of life and their financial goals, as long as it protects the public health and safety. So as we look at the value of wind in Nebraska, we have over $6 billion worth of new capital investment in rural communities. We have about $5,000 a megawatt in property tax additional income to local property tax using entities. And we have $5,000 a megawatt for farmers and ranchers on their land to be able to participate in renewable energy development. So this particular bill, in our view, is anti-rural development. It's anti-private property rights. It is a fix to no known problem. So we need to be clear here when we're talking about wind. When you put a wind turbine up on your home quarter, that you're taking out of actual ag production less than a half an acre, that's actually not in ag production. The rest of your home quarter is still growing whatever it was before and continues to do that. It continues to produce wheat or alfalfa or corn or soybeans or oats or whatever it is you plant there. So it continues to be an agricultural activity. It also, I think, inadvertently, unintentionally opens the door to a different classification relative to a commercial activity. All of the production that we have that's in excess of our own domestic consumption is a commercial activity. We have a commercial activity called raising corn, soybeans, wheat, hogs, cattle, horses, all of that. Those are all commercial activities. So now we're going to discriminate against one kind of commercial activity versus another. So I think this bill opens up a Pandora's box of legal challenges relative to the Commerce and Uniformity Clause in terms of how we treat agricultural land, because some agricultural land is going to obviously get treated differently than others. And with that, I would end my comments and be glad to answer any questions if I could.
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions from the committee members? I just had one. I think your comment was this is an anti-private property rights. I don't see anything in the bill that limits what you can do with the land. Am I reading that incorrectly?
What it does, Senator, in my opinion, is it discriminates by creating a separate class that should not be there.
Okay.
So it becomes a discouragement of you using your private property rights.
But it doesn't stop you from doing anything.
It doesn't stop you from doing it, but it doesn't put you on a level playing field with your neighbor either.
Okay, want to make sure I read that right.
Yeah,
Thank you
so
very
it's
much.
discriminatory would be more accurate.
Okay, thank you for your comments today. Appreciate that. Thank you for your testimony.
Okay, thank you.
Next, opponent testimony. Seeing no other opponents, anyone like to testify in the neutral position? Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Vice Chair Von Gillern, distinguished members of the Revenue Committee. My name is John Cannon, Joncannon. I'm the Executive Director of NACO, which stands for the Nebraska Association of County Officials. Here to testify today in a neutral capacity on LB 1397. Thank you to Senator Murman for bringing this bill. I think these conversations are vital to have, especially when we're about to embark on a very long and very interesting discussion about taxes, which is my favorite topic and certainly is in my household. I will note that back when we decided that we wanted to provide this removal of wind energy from the property tax rolls as personal property, back in 2010, there was a pretty intense and long negotiation with the wind industry. I wanted to say windustry, that didn't quite work. And it was for that reason that we put into statute, Nebraska Revised Statute Section 776203, which provides that if the presence of a renewable energy facility shall not have any impact on the classification of ground. And so based on that, the Department of Revenue had kind of a long-standing understanding at the time that if something was in ag, when you put a wind turbine on it, it was going to remain in ag until such time as that was decommissioned, and then you figure out what's going on with that. So at the very least, if this bill were to advance, you would definitely want to fix that statute, because that would certainly be in conflict with what this bill would have to say. While you're at it, I think you probably should adjust the rate per megawatt, since that was based on what personal property taxes a wind farm would have been paying back in 2010, and certainly the taxes they'd be paying on personal property, if it was classified as personal property, would certainly be a lot more now. That probably should be adjusted, but that's just a preference. I did hear some conversation about a directive from the Department of Revenue that talked about it. Certainly a directive can't trump the Constitution. The Constitution is pretty clear that you're supposed to get to market value. It also talks about how we define agricultural land and it being a separate class for purposes of taxation. A directive isn't going to trump the Constitution by any stretch of the imagination. And the classification, that whole issue shouldn't be used to get a favorable valuation. If something is commercial property and not agricultural, used for agricultural or horticultural purposes, it should be classified as commercial property. If something is agricultural or horticultural land, it should be classified as agricultural land, and therefore it receives the preference. So I think those are some things that are worthy of this committee's time and discussion about what we do with these sorts of properties. And with that, I'm happy to take any questions you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Cannon. Any questions from the committee? Senator Duncan?
Thank you, Vice Chair Von Gillern. Thank you for being here, Mr. Cannon. I know you love talking about taxes.
I do.
Quick question, or a couple of questions to make sure I fully understand how it currently works. So under 771359, it talks about the primary use of the land needing to be for agricultural and horticultural purposes. Is that determined by the literal physical space taken up by the agricultural or horticultural purpose? Is it by income, revenue? How do you determine whether or not land is primarily used for that purpose?
So the assessor has the obligation, when you're talking about the appraisal of land and the valuation of land, the assessor first has the job of discovery. What land is out there, what property is out there, and when they go out and they discover land, when they look at it and they figure out what is it being used for, and so the assessor has to look at a parcel of land and they say, is this parcel being used primarily for agricultural or horticultural purposes? And if so, it is agricultural land. Period, full stop. That's where we get to the classification. The classification, once that gets determined, that's going to drive a lot of the valuation decisions that we have.
Okay, and then under your reading of what's proposed here in the bill, is commercial purposes a term of art? Is there a definition of commercial purposes, or is that subjective based on the person appraising or assessing the land?
Yeah, commercial purposes means to engage in something for gain or profit. I believe that there are definitions in the Department of Revenue's regulations. I will note that one of the things that the Department of Revenue has determined as far as regulation defining agricultural land is they say that agricultural land is land that's being used for agricultural purposes designed to yield a profit, or being done for commercial purposes. And so I think when they had that regulation, when they drafted that regulation, they were trying to say, hey, look, just because you're running a couple goats across the yard doesn't mean your residential address is agricultural land all of a sudden. And so, that question as to whether or not you're in the business of agriculture for commercial purposes, I don't think that means that you're using that all of a sudden ag land just falls under the classification of commercial land. If it's being used primarily for agricultural, horticultural purposes, it is per se agricultural land.
And I think that's the question I'm kind of getting to, is the potential conflict I see here. And I'm just trying to figure out how it would work if the bulk of the land is being used primarily for agricultural or horticultural purposes, and also there's the presence of some wind turbines. And where would you, under this, in your interpretation, does the very presence of one wind turbine completely eradicate the other agricultural and horticultural purposes of the land? Or would there be a balancing test if it's majority being used for agricultural or horticultural? I mean, I'm just trying to figure out, like, do you wipe out the entire classification by virtue of the placement of one thing?
No, you do not.
Okay.
And the test for the assessor is it being used primarily for agricultural, horticultural purposes? And so if it is being used primarily for ag, then it gets the ag preference. And that's how we've done it. That's how we like to do it. We don't want to stop doing it that way. And so the question, it gets a little bit more thorny though when you're looking at like let's say a whole bunch of solar panels that are occupying let's say a quarter section of ground. If that is its own distinct parcel and it's only being used for solar or wind, and there is no farming activity on it, the assessor, I mean, up until now, the assessor says it was ag when it went in. It's remaining as ag now, and ag it shall be until such time as they decommission and we figure out what we're going to do. Under this, then the assessor does have to look at it and say, well, gosh, is this being used primarily for a commercial purpose, the commercial purpose of renewable energy generation, or is it being used for primarily for agricultural purposes? It's a lot cleaner and a lot clearer if we use the status quo ante, which was how things had been before this bill had come up to us. But again, I go back to the fact that, directives and statutes can't trump the Constitution, and we can't use classification as a cudgel to determine that we're going to give someone favorable tax treatment.
That all makes sense. And I do appreciate you clarifying that for me. Last question I have for you is, can you think of, or do you have any examples of other commercial purposes that this could potentially impact? Or is it primarily going to impact like solar farms and wind energy and things like that?
I was here primarily to talk about solar and wind. I've not exhausted the limits of my imagination yet, sir, but I'd be happy to talk to you later.
Well, that was just something that jumped out. And I think the opponent testimony kind of got towards that, is this says commercial purposes such as. It's a non-exhaustive list. And
Sure.
so I just am genuinely curious as to what other commercial purposes might fall under that category. So I can talk to Senator Murman about it later.
Sure. And to get to that point, I think the concern that someone that's engaged in farming, that might be considered a commercial purpose, and therefore all of a sudden they're no longer ag, they're under commercial. I think that's probably an unfounded fear, because if you are primarily involved in the agricultural or horticultural production of production on your parcel, it is ag, period, full stop. And so we're not going to worry about classifying it as commercial, and we're going to tax you at 100% or anything like that.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate it.
Yes, sir.
Any other questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you, Mr. Cannon.
Thank you very much.
Any other neutral testimony today? Seeing none, seeing none, Senator Murman, we'll invite you back to close. I'll mention, if you did not get a green sheet, I think we have some more in the back of the room on both sides and some more coming. So please remember to fill out a green sheet and hand it to Mr. Weekly when you come up. Thank you, Senator Murman.
Thank you. The bill does create an exception that agricultural land and horticultural land that does not include land used for commercial purposes that is not agriculture or horticultural land. So if it's used for a commercial purpose, it's not. That's what the bill does. And one of the testifiers mentioned that there would be an increase in property taxes. And actually, if you look under the fiscal note from NACO, it said the value of these parcels would be increased by approximately 1/3 for the parcels with wind and solar facilities. Thus, there would be room for reducing levies in the 40 counties with wind or solar facilities. So I think the overall result of the bill would be to reduce property taxes. Open for questions.
Very good. Any questions from the committee members? Seeing none, thank you, Senator Murman. That'll close our hearing on 1397. We did have 4 letters, 1 proponent and 1 opponent. And now we will open on Senator Bostar's LB 1049.
First of all, apologies, committee. My hearing in the government committee took a little longer than I expected, and Senator Meyer's bill must have just breezed right through it. Good afternoon, Vice Chair Von Gillern, fellow members of Revenue Committee. For the record, my name is Elliot Bostar. That's Eliot Bostar. I represent Legislative District 29. I'm here today to present LB 1049, simple legislation that seeks to address Nebraska's high local taxes imposed on telecommunication services and reduce the resulting negative impact on Nebraska consumers. LB 1049 would lower the cap from 6.25% to 4% on occupation taxes imposed by municipalities on wireless services. According to the 2023 Tax Foundation report on excise fees and wireless services released last November, Nebraska has the second highest disparity between wireless tax and fee rates and general sales tax rates in the nation, right behind the state of Illinois. In 2023, our wireless tax and fee rates averaged 12.92%, higher than our average combined state and local sales tax rates. Overall, Nebraska's wireless tax and fee rate was 5th highest nationwide, with overall rates comparable to Illinois, New York, and Washington State. Nebraska's 2023 combined federal, state, and local rate on wireless services was an extraordinary 30.87%. Local governments nationwide impose taxes on wireless services that are not imposed on other products or services. These taxes are antiquated legacy taxes left over from the regulated telephone monopoly era that existed prior to the breakup of AT&T in the 1980s. According to Ulrich Bosen, senior policy analyst on excise taxes at the Tax Foundation, approximately 25 years ago, when wireless services began to compete with wireline services, municipalities grew concerned about declining revenues from local taxes on wireline telephone companies and sought to extend taxes to wireless services. Only 14 states currently allow local governments to impose some type of tax on wireless services in addition to local option sales taxes. These taxes are additive and only further increase the tax burden on wireless services. Local taxes have a significant impact on the overall tax burden on wireless services in several of the states with the highest wireless taxes, including Illinois, Washington, Nebraska, New York, and Maryland, according to the Tax Foundation. LB 1049 would provide tax relief in the following Nebraska communities: Bellevue, Gretna, Kearney, Omaha, Lincoln, Beatrice, Bennett, Chadron, Columbus, Crete, Emerson, Fairbury, Grand Island, Hastings, La Vista, Lexington, Nebraska City, Ogallala, Papillion, Plattsmouth, Schuyler, Wahoo, Waterloo, Waverly, Wayne, and York. It's clear that consumers across Nebraska's communities are paying excessively high tax rates on wireless services that have become essential to daily living. A 2.25% reduction in wireless taxes and fees would bring our overall average rate in line with neighboring plain states, Kansas, Oklahoma, and Texas. This legislation would provide needed tax relief for Nebraska consumers. Thank you for your time and attention. I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Senator Bostar. Questions from the committee members? Seeing none, we will welcome up our first proponent. Afternoon.
Afternoon, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, members of the committee. My name is Scott Mackey, Scottmackey. I'm with Linehan Public Affairs in Montpelier, Vermont, and I'm here today on behalf of CTIA, which is the Trade Association for the Wireless Industry, to express our support for this bill. I don't have a whole lot to say. The senator's testimony was so good, I think he probably could take my job. He laid everything out exactly as, I was the co-author of that study that the Tax Foundation did. I've been doing it for 20 years, and it's not surprising to me that Illinois and New York, states like that, are up at the top, but it is surprising that year in and year out, Nebraska is one of the highest taxes on wireless service and wireless consumers in the country. Why is that? Primarily because of the local B&O taxes, but also because the state USF is also very high, and the combination of those two things together makes it a very high tax rate. And the detail for those taxes and the rankings is attached to the back pages of the testimony that was just distributed. So why is this a problem? Why this bill? I think clearly the taxes are regressive, especially the way wireless services are sold, where you have people with 3, 4, 5 lines for a family. These taxes really add up for families, and they have a disproportionately high tax burden on the folks that can least afford them. Now, 25 years ago, when you had the box phones, and the only people who could afford wireless service were the guys jetting around or riding in the limos. Maybe you could justify those type of taxes as a luxury tax, but clearly wireless service is now a necessity for education, for employment, just for staying connected. So that's a problem. The second issue was one that the senator also mentioned, which is double taxation. State localities do get the local option tax and they get the B&O tax. So the same services are basically taxed twice by local governments, and it's essentially a tax on a tax. And so it's particularly, with this bill taking the rates down a little bit, locals are still getting a significant amount of money on taxes for these services. The cities might argue that, well, we have B&O taxes on a lot of things, but the reality is that the business and occupation taxes of $10 a year or $200 a year or $2 per employee per year compared to the large amount of money that are raised by these taxes, they just don't compare. So while this legislation would not fully eliminate the discriminatory tax burden that the senator laid out in his testimony, they would go a long way toward lowering the burden on those Nebraska customers and residents who are at the very highest level of taxation. And so for that reason, I would ask on behalf of CTIA that you support this legislation. Thank you for your time. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions from committee members? Yeah, Senator Cal.
Thank you, Vice Chair Von Gillern. So what would, in real dollars, what would the average person's tax be as we're currently charged versus what it would be if this bill goes into effect? Okay,
so let's take someone living in one of the municipalities that is at the full 6 2/4. So it would knock it down by 2 2.25%. So if someone is spending, say that's a family with 4 or 5 lines, or spending, let's say, $100 on their wireless service, it would reduce their taxes by $2.25 per month. So right now they're paying about, I think it would be about, 20% of that, would they be paying $20 per month? It would knock it down by a couple dollars per month.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
Any other questions from the committee? I hate to have you travel all the way from Vermont for one question and 3 minutes of testimony, but thank you for being here.
Well, I appreciate the opportunity. I haven't been back to Lincoln in a long time, so it's great to be back.
You live in a beautiful, beautiful city.
Thank you.
Thanks for being here. Next proponent. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Vice Chair Von Gillern and members of the Revenue Committee. My name is Chris Peterson, CHRISPETERSON, appearing today as a registered lobbyist for T-Mobile in support of LB 1049. Thank you to Senator Bostar for introducing this bill that would reduce Nebraska's excessively high taxes on wireless services. Over the past several years, T-Mobile has rapidly expanded its network and retail footprint for both their T-Mobile brand and their prepaid brand, Metro by T-Mobile. This expansion includes an investment of hundreds of millions of dollars in infrastructure as T-Mobile builds out its own network across Nebraska. T-Mobile agrees with its industry colleagues and CTIA, the Wireless Industries Trade Association, that Nebraska's wireless tax burden is exceedingly high. In fact, it's the 5th highest in the country, as you've already heard in this hearing. The 2023 Tax Foundation study tells us Nebraska is one of just 14 states where local governments impose some type of tax on wireless services in addition to local option sales taxes. The study also tells us Philadelphia and New York City have lower state and local wireless taxes and fees than Omaha. Wireless service taxes are also regressive. From the Tax Foundation study, I want to quote, economists use the term regressive to describe tax systems that impose higher tax burdens on low-income taxpayers than high-income taxpayers, measured as a percentage of income. Low-income households spend a greater percentage of their budgets on wireless services than high-income households. Therefore, low-income households also spend a greater percentage of their budgets on wireless service taxes. Wireless service taxes are regressive, end quote. Furthermore, at a time when wireless carriers are expanding and improving their networks, many states are looking at ways to encourage rapid investment. High taxes are a deterrent to investment, a disincentive to growth, and lessens competition. Curtailing these excessive taxes would provide business certainty and reduce the wireless tax burden on Nebraskans. Thank you for your consideration of LB 1049. T-Mobile looks forward to working with the Revenue Committee and Senator Bostar to advance the legislation.
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions from the committee members? Thank you, Mr. Peterson. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Any other proponent testimony?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Nicole Fox, NICOLEFOX, representing the Platt Institute. I'm going to try to not be repetitive because a lot of the points in my testimony have already been said. But I do want to go on record to say that for several years, we have Nebraska has ranked in the top 5 as far as their burdensomeness and levels of tax rates on wireless services. And that is total in terms of the variety of fees that we impose, but also then the additional occupational tax. As it's been said, this is a very regressive tax. It imposes disproportionate burden on those who are younger and those that come from lower income households. We strongly support this bill. In the past, I think this is probably the 4th time I've testified on a bill that has aimed to try and lessen the wireless tax burden in our state. First time in front of Revenue, though. So this is a policy proposal that's pretty much straight out of the Platt Institute's legislative guide. In the past, there have been proposals basically asking that if a municipality wants to impose a new occupational tax or an increased occupational tax, that they take that to a vote of the people. And that is just something that I wanted to put out there because these types of bills have been heavily opposed, as you can imagine, by local governments in our state. So with that, at a time when Nebraskans desire tax relief, we feel that LB 1049 proposes a reduction in local tax burdens to wireless consumers. And with that, I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Any questions from the committee members? Seeing none. Thank you, Ms. Fox. Any other proponent testimony? Seeing none. Any opponent testimony? Good afternoon.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Lash, L-A-S-H, Chaffin, C-H-A-F-F-I-N. I'm a staff member and representing the League of Nebraska Municipalities in opposition to LB 1049. First, the occupation tax on telecommunications, as was described earlier, is a form of a legacy tax that goes back decades. And often it was a replacement for old landline taxes that existed for decades. So these are revenues that have been embedded in municipal budgets literally for decades. You know, elected officials have come and gone many times. So if this revenue goes away, something has to give. Some other tax will have to replace this revenue. And maybe this is an issue that should have been dealt with 25 years ago, but we're left with a system now where these revenues are being used for EMS, police and fire, parks, fixing potholes. I mean, you name the municipal service. This revenue is going to some municipal service. And I know several municipalities have sent letters on this issue. I would encourage you to read those letters because this is important money. And and if this money goes away, sales tax, property tax, something else has to go up to replace this revenue. And I'm gonna leave you with a couple thoughts. I mean, I think for this committee in particular, as Ms. Fox indicated, this concept has been in several committees over the last few years. And I think this is the first time it's been in the Revenue Committee. So I know Senator Albright's heard it in Transportation, and others have heard it in other committees. This committee will easily understand the relationship between all of the revenue sources that go into local governments. And the timing, I think, to piecemeal revenue and spending controls is not very good, particularly when so many of you have an interest in looking at comprehensive spending and taxation issues with local governments. The timing to piecemeal, it just seems poorly. Also, really, if this service has become so important, really what the industry probably needs is vigorous and comprehensive rate control. Probably there needs to be some rate regulation of the industry that would include taxes, fees, and all other items. So again, the industry, as indicated earlier by the proponents, the industry has changed, and it might be in a position where the rate control is probably the better method of looking at the cost of cell phone costs at this time. I would certainly answer any questions.
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions from the committee members? Seeing none, thank you for being here today. Any other opponent testimony? Seeing none, anyone who would like to testify in the neutral position? Seeing none, Senator Bostar, would you like to close?
I would.
And by the way, we have no letters on the record
All right.
on 1049, so
He referenced, all right.
I
No letters.
don't have them. Could you double check, please? Thank you.
I didn't have any, but maybe that's an error.
Oh, thank you. Well, you go ahead while he's checking.
Well, thank you, Vice Chair Von Gillern and members of the Revenue Committee. I appreciate everyone coming to testify on this today. While during the opposition, it sounded like maybe the recommendation was to socialize telecom. I actually don't think that's a good idea. But I just want to go through a couple things. We heard from several testifiers that it's a regressive tax. It absolutely is. This tax hits lower income individuals within our communities more than it hits those with higher levels of means. And we've done a lot of work in this committee over the last few years on something in particular that I've really appreciated. And that is limiting or eliminating taxes on necessities. And even as we explore the tax landscape for our work this year in this session, in our working groups, in our conversations, we've held true to that. About we want to make sure we're not imposing our tax burdens on things that are necessities for people. It's unfair and it's unjust. That's what this is, right? Can you really get around in society without telephone service? No, of course not. So what we're talking about is not just a tax on a necessity, not just a regressive tax on a necessity, but a regressive tax on a necessity that is astronomically high. Anyway, People talked about how this bill's been kicked around for a while. This lowers it 2.5%. We should do more than that, but that's what we're talking about now. I think it's past time to get this done. And with your help, colleagues, I think we can. With that, I'd be happy to answer any final questions.
Any questions from the committee members? Seeing none, thank you, Senator Bostar.
Thank
That'll
you.
close our hearing on LB 1049. We are shuffling the deck on bills with Senator Linehan being testifying in another room, and we'll go to my bill 1241, and I'll hand off to Senator Albright.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll now open on LB 1241, Senator Von Gillern.
Thank you, Senator Albright and fellow members of the Revenue Committee. I'm here to share today on LB 1241. The intention of LB 1241 is to eliminate the windfall gain that happens when property tax valuations rise, but local taxing authorities allow their levy rates to remain the same. This results in an unintended boost to the tax taking by these local authorities and has led to budgets that outpaced inflation in recent years. I want to start by giving a property tax 101 explanation, and please forgive me if you are familiar with this, but not everyone listening to the hearing today is. First, property taxes are levied. Property taxes are 100% levied at the local level. The state does not levy these taxes. They don't collect them nor remit them. Second, property taxes are generally calculated by taking for most of us, most cases, taking your home value, dividing that by 100, and then multiplying that number by the tax levy or by the levy rate of each taxing authority. Third, if the valuation goes up and the levy stays the same, then the check you write gets bigger. And that's, if there's a point I want to make, that's it. If the levy rate doesn't change and your valuation goes up, you write a bigger check this year than you did last year. With the passage of LB 1241, an increase in your home's valuation would require a corresponding decrease in the levy rate to zero out any increase in tax dollars paid. That said, it's been brought to my attention that there are some unintended consequences of 1241 the way that it's currently written. First, there's a negative impact to equalize school districts through the TIOSA formula. I've met with several school district representatives and also with representatives of the Nebraska Association of School Boards to better understand the challenge that this presents, and I've committed to them to make every attempt to work through any of these challenges to ensure that schools do not go backwards in their state funding. Second, friends from the Nebraska Association of County Officials have asked whether this bill creates the opportunity for any override or if it is intended to lock in a budget number forever, not allowing for any growth. I responded to them similarly, stating that the growth needs to be allowed in some fashion and that growth must be accommodated in some way. Again, I commit to work with these folks to make the bill do what it is intended to do. Thirdly, I've spoken with the representative of the community colleges, and we need to ensure that the language in 1241 works with the new funding mechanisms that the legislature passed last year. Something I've learned is the first draft of a bill isn't always the perfect draft, and we're going to work through all that. I've had considerable feedback on the bill, and I want to stress that the intention is not to put school districts, counties, or community colleges in a bad place. We need to account for growth and ensure that there are no unintended outcomes. I have some handouts that I'd like to review with the committee briefly. The first is a bar graph that illustrates the actual amount of property taxes collected from 2013 to 2023. For those of you who don't have this bar graph, that varies from 2014, $3.565 billion to 2023, $5.307 billion, a 49% increase. The second page has some of my chicken scratch on it, and please forgive me for that. It's a calculation of what those same 2013 dollars would look like if simply inflated at the actual inflation rates. What you'll see at in the center of this is the calculation that is done by a Federal Reserve Bank calculator shows that $3.565 billion in 2014 is roughly equal to $4.588 billion today. That's 28.6% inflation value. If you look at the top of the sheet in my notes there, it says property taxes levied again. 2014, 3.565, 2023, 5.307, a 49% increase. Taxes levied over the inflation growth over that period of time, the difference is 20%. At the bottom of the sheet, further chicken scratch at the bottom, hopefully you're following all this. $5.307 billion were collected in 2023. Based on the inflation adjusted number, that should have been 4.588, saying that $719 million were taxed beyond the inflation rate. It's a huge delta. It's just phenomenal that the spending and the tax taking has so far exceeded inflation. I mentioned earlier that I want to make sure that there were no unintended outcomes from the passing of from LB 1214. But I want to make sure that I clarify. The intended outcome is that local taxing authorities will have to take conscious public actions to increase their tax asking and increase their budgets. There'll be no more pretending that taxes didn't go up when every taxpayer is writing a bigger check than they did last year. Thank you for your consideration. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Senator Von Gillern. Do you have any questions, Senator Meyer?
Thank you, Senator Albrecht. So Senator Von Gillern, would you consider this a tax shift?
No, I don't see this as a tax shift at all. What this would do is, what this is intended to do is to control spending by making the spending of the local taxing authorities more visible to the taxpayer. Rather than the windfall gain that comes from the increased valuations and the taxing authorities, we all have our own personal stories we can tell on this, and I'm looking around the room and I'm getting grins from people. Everybody knows a story where they said, hey, you guys said you were cutting our property taxes, and even my local taxing authority said, hey, we cut your taxes. But what they did was they may have cut the levy by 0.1%, but valuations went up 10, 15, 20, and I heard some horror stories in Lincoln about valuations going up 30%. Well, I heard somebody say, I can't take credit for this, I heard somebody say you don't write a levy figure in that little box on your check, you write a dollar figure in. And if the dollar figure is bigger this year than last year, there should be a reason why that is.
So I guess as I look at this bar graph, it kind of looks like a shift towards more reliance on property taxes to fund those local services. So that's just my take on that.
Okay, you meant, are you, okay, now I understand. I'm sorry. I thought you meant was 1214 intended to shift property taxes. No, I see what you're saying.
What's happened already?
Yeah, property taxes have increased. What I believe that graph says is that property taxes have increased far beyond what inflation said that they should have. I don't really have a commentary today as to why that is.
Any other questions? Senator Kopp?
Thank you, Senator Albright. Senator Von Gillern, could you explain AM 2135 to us?
AM 2135 fixes the math that we did not have correct in the original bill. The original bill simply stated that if the percentage, if the aggregate appraisal values go up 20%, that levies would be cut 20%. That math doesn't work. It becomes a self-perpetuating reduction in the budgets, and that was not the intention. The intention was that what your budget was last year is a starting point for this year, and that the levy should be proportionally offset to do that. And we believe we got the language correct in the AM. So thank you. That's a great question. I meant to point that out and I didn't.
Thank you. Any other questions of the committee? Seeing none?
Great. Thank you.
Waiting. Okay, now we'll look for the first proponent. For LB 1241.
Good afternoon, Doug Kagan, DOUGKAGAN, Omaha, speaking for Nebraska Taxpayers for Freedom. Every year, as we witness sticker shock from seeing our higher property valuations and subsequent higher property taxes, We hear the same refrains from our local property taxing authorities. We did not raise your property tax levy. Don't blame us. Yet, to the discerning taxpayer, it is easy to calculate how local taxing authorities raise generous amounts of additional revenue dollars from the higher valuations without having to raise the property tax levy. LB 1241 would short circuit this windfall and force local subdivisions to live within their means without gouging the taxpayer. It would offer incentive for budget streamlining. We already have heard Chicken Little elected officials warning of cataclysmic cuts to services from LB 1241. We remind them that taxpayers cut our budgets to pay our local taxes. If elected officials balk, they could request an escape clause amendment that requires voter approval for property tax collections to rise by more than a given percentage every year. Unless a state constitutional change is forthcoming, Nebraska property valuations and taxes will remain intertwined. This legislation absolutely must be included in the governor's property tax relief plan. Other states like Texas, with its revenue neutral law, are far ahead of Nebraska in putting the brakes on skyrocketing property taxes with tax lids, limits, exemptions, etc. And attached on the second page, you can see examples. LB 1241 will keep Nebraska residents here instead of Nebraska losing its tax revenue to states that tax less. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kagan. Do we have any questions of the committee? Seeing none, thanks for being here.
Okay.
Next proponent.
Good afternoon, committee members. My name is Liz Abel, L-I-Z-A-B-E-L, from Omaha, Nebraska. My husband and I are both professionals, and we have recently relocated back to Nebraska from Texas to be closer to family. We worked hard for many years to afford a spacious, comfortable home back in our native state. However, it appears to us that we are only renting our home from local governments because the property taxes on our home have skyrocketed since we moved back, up to 37 or 38% this past year. Until our state valuation system is decoupled from our property tax system, this twin taxing arrangement will continue to confiscate a larger amount of our hard-earned income, making Nebraska a lot less desirable state in which to live, work, and retire. I continue to hear legislators and others lament that they keep losing Nebraskans to other states. It isn't only the young professionals that are leaving the state, it is also those of us close to retirement age that spend a lot of money in the state. I continually ask my husband, are you sure you want to live here? Because I'm not. The weather is not a draw, and the enormous taxes are a complete detriment for people wanting to call this place home. The Nebraska media has publicized the statewide outcry against skyrocketing property taxes. We don't need any more Band-Aid solutions like tax credits. We need and deserve comprehensive property tax relief. I believe that LB 1241 would slow down our already current unbearable property taxes. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Abel, for your testimony. Any questions of the committee? Seeing none, thank you. Next proponent. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Alan Seibert, A-L-A-N-S-E-Y-B-E-R-T. I support LB 1241. There are two problems with the valuation process used to assess all single-family residences that, if addressed, would mitigate some of the opposition to this bill. Sales data and assessment histories for single-family residences on the Douglas County Assessor's website show assessment to sale ratios and valuation histories that illustrate the problems. Several Nebraska statutes say that property valuations are required to be fair and equitable or uniform and proportionate. Other Nebraska statutes say that if the same process is applied to all properties, then valuations meet those requirements. The same process has been and is being applied to all properties. So how did we get here? Section 775023 sets the acceptable range of valuation for real property at 92 to 100% of actual value. Section 77112 defines actual value as the most probable price expressed in terms of money that a property will bring if exposed for sale in the open market or in an arm's length transaction between a willing buyer and a willing seller. First problem, assessment values after a sale. Exhibit A summarizes data from the Douglas County Assessor's website. It's for several properties in the same neighborhood in Northwest Omaha for the 2 years after their sale. Notice there are several assessed sale ratios outside the acceptable range. If all assessments after a sale were set, so all ratios are in the acceptable range of 92 to 100%, more tax revenue would be collected every year. Second problem, annual assessment values. Section 77112 also says actual value can be determined using 3 approaches when using a mass appraisal technique. Those 3 approaches are cost, income, and sales. Douglas County sets valuations using a mass appraisal technique. So by statute, can and does use the cost approach to value individual family residences. In the cost approach, adjustment factors are applied in a construction cost model to arrive at an approximate market value. Market areas like neighborhoods, subdivisions, or school districts are analyzed to determine whether the need for valuation change is indicated. If the need for a valuation change is not indicated, the previous assessed value is reused. This explains why some property owners get extreme increases while others get no increases. Refer to the handout labeled Property Record File. This is a public record available to anyone requesting it from the Douglas County Assessor's Office. It is not available directly from the assessor's website. This one is our record, my record for the 2023 tax year, and is representative of many other similar properties in Douglas County. On page 10 of 10 is our valuation history that shows
Okay, Mr.
No.
Seibert, I'm going to have to ask you to
in
wrap
just 2 sentences. Show no change from 2019 to 2020. Many other property owners would say that is not fair and equitable, but that is not my point. If instead of hitting some properties with large increases some years, you hit all properties every year with the same reasonable increase, like 3 or 5%, you could generate the same overall level of tax revenue every year.
Very good.
I'm
Thank you.
available for questions.
Thank you for your testimony. Anyone have any questions from the committee? Thank you for your information. Next proponent.
Good afternoon, committee. I wanted to introduce myself. So the name, first name is William, W-I-L-L-I-A-M, last name Banwell. That's B-A-N-W-E-L-L. I'm a resident of Lancaster County. I moved back to Nebraska in 2019 after military service. I've been living about the past 20 years in Missouri. I'm not going to mention what my property taxes were in Missouri. I don't know if the committee would believe it if I said what they were. I'll just say they were much lower than they are in Lancaster County. Now, I'll make this very brief. The comments from Ms. Abel and Mr. Kagan really covered down well on this bill. I'm a proponent of this bill and ask it's considered. And I'll go back to what Senator Von Gillern said early on about that the check that we write gets bigger. And I'll give 2 quick examples. I've got 2 properties here in Lancaster County. So in the course of 1 year, or pardon me, in the course of 4 years, the house that we got on approximately Bradfield Drive and South Street area went up $50,000 as far as valuation. I live in the East Ridge neighborhood here in Lancaster County, moved into a home there in 2019. In 2019, it was valued at $174K. In 2021, it went up almost $50,000 in value to $223,200. And in just 1 year, from 2022 to 2023, It has gone from $223K approximately over $100,000 to $330, $900, and it's already on a preliminary rise right now. I would ask, per what is mentioned on the senator's sheet, about an increase in property valuations being offset by a reduction in levy, and I think that'd be very helpful. And that concludes my testimony.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Any
Questions?
questions from the committee? Seeing
Thank you.
none, thank you. Next proponent.
Good afternoon, Nicole Fox, NICOLE-FOX, representing the Platt Institute. The Platt Institute strongly supports Senator Von Gillern's LB 1241, which would require that property tax rates automatically fall to offset a rise in total taxable property valuation. This is a policy solution that is straight from our November 2023 tax policy brief. This simple yet powerful change would create greater taxpayer transparency and accountability. It would also curtail unlegislated tax increases that occur when tax revenues rise just because property values rise. 1241 creates a new limit on property tax levy rates. After years of soaring tax valuations across Nebraska, taxpayers deserve protection against unlegislated tax increases. Transparency is one of the principles of a sound tax code. Yet under Nebraska's current tax system, property taxes can soar even without local lawmakers raising the tax rate. This occurs when property valuations increase and the tax rate stays the same. For example, consider one home that is worth $250,000 where the owner pays an effective tax rate of 1.5%. The homeowner pays $3,750 in property taxes. If the same home rises to $300,000 in value and the tax rate stays the same, the taxpayer will pay $4,500 in property taxes. That is a steep 20% tax increase, even though local officials did not raise the tax rate. Taxes went up without legislative action. This scenario has played out across Nebraska. Property valuations soared during the recovery from the coronavirus pandemic, and property taxes have soared with valuations. Lawmakers should protect property owners against these tax increases. The best way to protect property owners is to ensure their tax rates go down when their property valuations go up. And how much should the tax rate go down? After valuations rise, the tax rate should fall such that the local political subdivision collects the same amount of property taxes as it collected before the valuation increase. In effect, this reform caps total property tax collections from one year to the next. Capping tax collections is more effective than capping tax rates or capping valuations. As we know, capping the tax rate still allows meaningful tax increases when valuations increase. Furthermore, capping valuation increase shifts the tax burden from long-term property owners to new property owners, creating a home lock-in effect as seen in California. The best way to protect taxpayers is to cap total property tax collections from one year to the next, which is what this bill would effectively do. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you for your testimony. Do we have any questions of the committee? Thank you, Ms. Fox. Any other proponents?
I gave my copies of my testimony to that young man over there, so I might have handed them out already. I don't know, but hello, my name is Jim Nipper, JIMNIPPER. I live in Lincoln, and I'm testifying in support of the levy limit suggested for LB 1241. Many people in my community, one of which I think you've just heard, have been shocked by the dramatic increase in their property valuations over the last year. My own property has had a valuation increase as of 2023 of about 25% since just 2020. That's quite an increase for only 3 years. I'm not saying these increases don't represent the general trend in property values. We've seen houses in our neighborhood bring prices that indicate an increase in valuation, but we shouldn't allow such increases to create automatic windfalls for taxing entities within government. Taxation in any form should never have the net effect of creating windfalls or surpluses for government. That defies the correct intent of taxation, which should be to address specific needs. Some considerations. Reports from news outlets like CNN Business, Bankrate, and Forbes have warned of a housing bubble over the last year nationwide, i.e. valuations that are unrealistically high. Another consideration, there's also record household consumer debt in the US right now, over $17 trillion. This means that many property owners are on shaky ground and don't need an added tax burden that contributes to their anxieties. Also, we need to be concerned about folks of modest means who live in the homes that they've owned for decades. And those homes have had unexpected large jumps in valuation. Nobody should ever be taxed out of a home that they own. And that's, I think, a risk with some of these folks. Limitations on taxation resulting from property valuation increases should be a priority for the unicameral. Please proceed with this agenda and help the people of Nebraska. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Nipper. Would you like to take it back?
We're in proponents.
We are on proponents.
Do we have any questions from the committee? Seems not. Thank you very much. The next proponent? Are there any other proponents? Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Chairman Linehan and Revenue Committee. I'm Mark McCarg. I'm president of Nebraska Farm Bureau. I'm also here representing the ag leaders that have been mentioned several times already today. I appreciate the opportunity to visit with you in front of the Revenue Committee. Unfortunately, you'll probably get to see me a few more times over the next couple of days as we're working on something that's very important for agriculture, and that's property tax. Today, I'm here in supporting of Senator Von Gillern's 1241 bill. And as we've had conversations, quite frankly, over the last year about where we're at in property taxes, the conversation has come back many times that even though we've done significant work last year, and I appreciate all the work that was done by this committee, the nagging question just keeps coming up, but I don't feel it. Valuations have continued to go up, and so when they actually write that check, it's just not there. And so I think as we've had this discussion, we felt like at some point there does have to be something that's fairly radical that's done, and I would say Senator Von Gillern's bill gets into that category. So the concept of actually if valuations go up, we actually force the levies to go down to keep this even. And we know that there's significant issues with that when you get into municipalities and how do we do some of that type of funding. But at the end of the day, we have to slow this train down. And I would say not just slow the train down, we need to reverse how much we are actually spending on or collecting in property taxes. I also have the opportunity to be in the construction sector and build primarily workforce development housing. And so we've been building houses for about 7 years. And what we can build a house for, several years ago has gone up substantially. But part of that home ownership has just been the increase in both the value of that home, which is great. We should not shy away from the fact that our values of our real estate is going up. That's a good thing. We should not be terrified about the property tax bill that comes along with it. And in my opinion, as we look at the housing side of the sector, the need for that, we have to look at how property tax actually plays into hurting us. And as we start thinking about building our population base, our labor scenario, it all plays together. One of the biggest costs of home ownership is property tax. And that just shouldn't be the case. I think we could do something about that. I think this would be a great move, Senator's proposal of this bill. And I think it's a good step forward, recognizing that there's a number of other conversations that we're going to have around this. Be happy to entertain any questions.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions from the committee? Senator Murman.
Yes, thank you for testifying. I know you talked quite a bit about residential and housing, and but you do represent agriculture, and I don't think any of the testifiers today have, I don't think even mentioned agriculture, at least very little Could you tell us a little bit about what the increase in property taxes did for agriculture, especially in the last 10 years, but over time?
Yeah, Senator, I appreciate that question and bringing it back to the group that I represent. And it's not a mystery that agriculture has been leading the fight on reduction of property taxes for nearly 20 years, because I think our sector early on had the most rapid increase in property taxes that we've seen, up to 200%. And so we've been working on this hard. Now, the interesting thing is now others in our community are feeling that same effect. And so we have more voices in the conversation. But I appreciate the question, because when I look back, when I look at I have over the last several years on my spreadsheet on my farm, my individual cost, and property tax is just a line item cost in production. That has gone up substantially. And when I look at the percentage of property taxes I'm paying relative to my other expenses, it's a really significant cost. And one of the things that's hard for me is that agriculture, we're in a competitive business. I'm competing with farmers in South Dakota and Iowa and Kansas, and their property taxes are lower. So when I look at growing agriculture in Nebraska, and we can absolutely do that, but we need a competitive playing field. And that's the reason, as president of Nebraska Farm Bureau, I'm going to be here the next several days talking about the need to reduce property taxes, because it's just a significant problem we have in Nebraska.
Thank you. I, like you, appreciate that we have a lot more voices complaining about property taxes now than we did like 10 years ago. But also, I'd like to ask you, farmers also are competing with farmers all over the nationwide too, not just neighboring states. They're very important also, but our property taxes are too high compared to neighboring states. And of course, it's an expense that we have to pay to compete worldwide also. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Murman. Are there questions from anyone else on the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much. Next proponent. Are there any? Thank you.
Yeah, and good afternoon, Chair Linehan and members of the Revenue Committee. I'm Bruce Boyer. For the record, that's spelled B-R-U-C-E, B-O-H-R-E-R, representing the Lincoln Chamber of Commerce here in strong support of Senator Von Gilleren's LB 1241. This is something I guess we would refer to as levy rebalancing or maybe zero-based budgeting. I was part of some of the conversations that Senator Von Gillern referenced earlier. By the way, I thought this bill was going to be up a little bit later, so I ran over here as soon as I saw you reshuffled it. I did hear the comment that Senator Von Gillern made about unintended increase in property tax asking. I like that phrase. We hear it more often as just a windfall. And we see this effort as part of a truth in taxation effort that we started not long ago. We agree with the prior comments about how some have resorted to, I guess, what I would call a spin cycle on these valuations rate discussions. There's a lot of finger pointing. Some want to blame the assessor. Some want to blame, the body that sets the rate. And we kind of think that's whose responsibility is really whoever sets the rate. I think another point, and we participated in the rate, the truth in taxation hearing last year. There's a lot of people talking about this issue there. They talk about the property tax increase, but they also talk about this idea of manipulating kind of the information that they're getting. As amazing as it is for all the people around here and probably everyone behind me understanding that simple equation of rate times valuation equals the tax, and it's really that tax, the product of that simple equation that you're worried about. A lot of people in the public can be manipulated by that. They can hear, oh, we lowered your rate, or we didn't increase your rate anymore, even though the valuation went up so tremendously.
and they're going to get a higher bill. But a lot of people in the general public really don't quite get that and get fooled by that. That shouldn't happen. I think that's already a comment that people have made already. This is tough sometimes because we see ourselves as a collaborative organization. We work with our local governments to provide good government service and reflect what our community wants. So this is kind of sometimes a tough conversation, but it is a conversation we think is very needed along the lines of the truth in taxation, which is all really meant to, I believe, get people more engaged, get people to those budget hearings, get people to address their elected officials at the local level, be a part of the process of determining what the budgets will be. So with that, I'll conclude my remarks and would be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you, Mr. Boyer. Are there questions from, yes, Senator Duncan?
Thank you, Chairman, and thank you for being here. You and I talk a lot about Lincoln issues, and I appreciate the chamber obviously being a part of this conversation. I think it's something that matters a lot to all of our constituents, and property tax is something we hear about frequently.
Yeah.
I also know that what we're talking about here today is a small part of a longer conversation that we're going to be having over the next maybe week or so with all these bills. I guess one question I have for you, because you do work so closely with local political subdivisions in Lincoln and Lancaster County, and I think that we generally are all good partners together with the chamber.
For sure.
Is there a concern that implementing a hard cap like this, based on the valuations increasing and based on the total amount that they can collect, is there a concern that this is going to prohibit local political subdivisions from keeping up with growth, keeping up with inflation, keeping up with the economy in general? I understand, real quick, I understand that as valuations increase, sometimes it can be really problematic, right? But generally speaking, it seems to me that the increase in valuations can from time to time reflect just the overall inflation of the economy, growth in the economy. And if we allow that to continue to increase, but then say political subdivisions cannot collect additional money, is there a fear that that's going to prohibit them from keeping up with economic inflation and growth overall?
I think the adjustment of allowable growth, it does address some of the concerns that you have there, but I think it's a valid question. I believe that local elected officials would still have the capacity, or local citizens in a larger election would still have some local control. So I think those address some of your concerns, but I appreciate your question and your concerns in this regard. We do strongly believe in local control, and I do still think that there's the flexibility, again, through either a vote of the elected officials or elected body, or bringing the general public more broadly involved.
Yeah, and I would agree. I think local control is generally very important in these circumstances. And when we start to implement sort of one-size-fits-all solutions, I think it can be problematic when growth is increasing for different areas at different rates. But I appreciate your, again, willingness to keep working on this, because it's an important problem. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Duncan. Are there other questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much for being here. Next proponent. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Chair Linehan, members of the committee. My name is Bob Hallstrom, Hallstrom. I appear before you today on behalf of both the National Federation of Independent Business and the Nebraska Bankers Association in support of LB 1241. We think LB 1241 addresses a notion of fundamental fairness. The property tax take should not be increased solely based on valuation increases. We hear most frequently from our members that elected officials tell them, we didn't raise your taxes. The levy limit stayed, or the levy stayed the same, or perhaps even was lowered incrementally. But nonetheless, as Senator Von Gillern pointed out, you're paying a bigger share of the property tax and you're writing out a larger check. Obviously, the governor has a broad plan for property tax relief. There's elements both on the revenue side and the spending or taxation side, and you'll hear a lot more about that, obviously, within the next couple of days. We do want to indicate our appreciation for what the legislature has attempted to do in terms of providing property tax relief. Significant funds have been devoted to that. And by the way, a problem not of your making. But what we're looking at is probably what we hear is the significant funds that have been devoted have either maintained the status quo effectively or perhaps only slowed the rate of increase in property taxes. And so that with that, we will work with the legislature as best we can to try and find solutions to the issue. But we think this is a critical element of addressing the problem. Be happy to address any questions in the committee.
Thank you very much. Are there questions from the committee? Senator Murman.
Yes, thank you for testifying. There's a big difference between raising a levy and raising valuation, of course, and our valuation's going up. One thing that really bothered me last fall or late last summer, I guess it was, the media often would read, for instance, a newspaper, local unit of government kept rates the same or raised rates by only 2 or 3%, but levies went up, anywhere from, pick a number, 10 to 40%. Do you think this bill will do anything to maybe address those kinds of, I would call false headlines? Because most people just read the headlines. They don't,
Yeah, and Senator, whether the headlines remain the same, I think the bottom line is what this bill does is go right to the heart of that problem. If you have those 20 or 40% increases in valuation, this bill says that you have to have a commensurate reduction in the levies. And I think Senator Dungan, in response to your question, I think where Senator Von Gillern was suggesting in his opening remarks is that he's had communications from some of the political subdivisions, and there are issues like growth and so forth that might have to be worked into this. But I think the underlying notion of saying that if your valuations go up, let's address it on the levy side, at least initially, and then we can work from there to make sure that there's fairness and flexibility.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Murman. Are there any other questions from the committee? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator.
Are there any other proponents? Any opponents? Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Chair Linehan, welcome back. Distinguished members of the Revenue Committee, my name is John Cannon, Joncannon. I'm the Executive Director of NACO, which stands for the Nebraska Association of County Officials, here to testify today in respectful opposition to LB 1241. Certainly appreciate the conversation I've had with Senator Von Gillern in the last couple of days. He's always made himself available and is always willing to listen to what NACO has to say, and I certainly appreciate that. I do want to talk about first the bill as written. It actually lowers the amount of property tax dollars asked for, and I'll just go through a very simple example. If you had if your entire universe of value was $100,000 and you had a 30-cent rate in the current year, that yields $3,000 of tax. Under the bill as written, if the value goes up 10%, goes up to $110,000, the bill as written says you have to take a 10% reduction in the rate. That would lower you to 0.27, and that would yield $2,970. So it doesn't do what Senator Von Gillern was attempting to do, but he fixes that in the amendment, which we certainly appreciate. And I do appreciate what he said about the fact that we don't want to freeze budgets. We don't want to freeze property tax requests. We want there to be, and I think I wrote this down, they have to take a conscious public action in increasing the levy. And we certainly can appreciate that. Senator Linehan, you had a LB 103. I think that was your first year in the legislature, if I recall correctly. And I understand the issues that you had with its implementation. And certainly we want to work with Senator Von Gillern as far as finding the appropriate mechanism to make sure that public conscious action has taken place. And what that mechanism looks like, we're certainly happy to talk about that. There was someone that brought up earlier what the acceptable range is, and I don't know if we want to get into the discussion as to how stats are used by the Tax Equalization and Review Commission to determine whether or not values are in line. If someone wants to ask me a question, I'm happy to have that conversation. I'm not sure that really intrudes upon this whole issue. Someone earlier also had mentioned that maybe we should do like Prop 13 in California and go with just an acquisition value. I think that's the first time anyone has ever suggested that Nebraska should be more like California. And I would say that I think you can draw a straight line from the passage of Prop 13 in California in 1978 to the increasing budget issues that state has currently. I don't think we want to emulate that. I will note that the Property Assessment Division publishes a history of valuation and taxes over the last 10 years. They will show that county valuations, and we're the valuation for the entire state, all 93 of us, those valuations had gone up 5.6% year over year, and counties' tax askings have gone up 4.36%. And so counties, we are increasing our tax asking for sure. That's really related to your point, Senator Dungan, more to costs. But we're not taking full advantage of those valuation windfalls. And I see that I'm out of time. I'm happy to take any questions you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Cannon. Are there any questions from the committee? Senator Murman?
Just a quick question. Would you agree that California has more of a spending problem than a taxing problem?
I would agree that California has a whole bunch of problems, and I was born there.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Why isn't LB 103 working?
Well, ma'am, and I think that as implemented, it was very easy for political subdivisions to say, we're having our budget hearing, we're convening our budget here, we're adjourning our budget hearing, and we're going to go right into the property tax hearing. I think there's a fix for that we could do to make it more meaningful.
Could you bring me one press release, just one, in the last 5 years, where county had that hearing and they did a press release on it?
I doubt I could, ma'am.
Because they don't want anybody to know they're doing it, do they?
I don't want to speculate as to that.
Well,
ma'am.
they didn't, in 5 years, 93 counties, nobody put out a press release.
But I won't dispute that, ma'am.
So it's not very transparent, is it?
I think there are fixes that we can make to make it more transparent. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Are there any other questions from the committee? Thank you.
Yep, thank you, ma'am.
Senator Linehan, members of the Revenue Committee, my name is Kyle Fairburn, KYLEFAIRBAIRN. I represent the Greater Nebraska Schools Association, GNSA. My organization is comprised of 25 of the largest school districts in the state. The districts represent 70% of all the children in the state and 88% of all the minority children in the state. I come to you today in opposition to 1214. This bill would freeze tax asking at the dollar amount of the year that this legislation would pass. The bill looks like a bill to stop growth of property taxes to support public education in the state and replace it with state funding. The change in this funding, though, would not change the amount of state aid going to schools. It does not touch the TIOSA formula, which has an LER that will use the taxing authority within a district, and it will not increase state aid. It will only freeze property taxes. A growing district like Elkhorn Public Schools would fall so far behind in funding in the first year because they're growing. They could not grow their property tax rate, and they receive no more state aid because of their property tax growth. As most of you know, in the education world, our formula says needs by the state, resources taken away, you get state aid. If your resources go up as in property taxes, you get less state aid. Okay. Senator Von Gillern talked about how it would affect equalized school districts. I'm here to say that in most cases, the rural school districts would be the most hurt by this legislation. Their LER, if you have a low property tax rate now, say 50 cents or 60 cents, you're getting all the money you can from your property tax base. If you freeze that property tax base, those schools are not going to qualify for state aid for a number of years because they're not going to be able to get over the dollar LER limit. So that's going to freeze them. There's no budget growth. There's no property tax growth. There's no state aid coming. They would freeze. They would have no growth whatsoever in the rural parts of the state. And the legislature has made it clear you want teacher salaries increased. Teacher salaries make up 50% of a school district's budget. If you have 50% of your budget, you can't move because you have no increased revenue. And that's what this bill would be. Be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Are there questions from the committee? I have some.
Senator Linehan, I was hoping you would.
Yes. Did you just say 50% of the school's budgets are teacher salary?
Yes, ma'am. And I did a study of all the GNSA schools and it came out to 50.4%.
Thank you. Interesting. When you say 70% of all the children in the state of Nebraska, is that homeschoolers, private schools, all the public schools? What's that 70% of?
That's all the kids in the public schools in the state of Nebraska.
So you ignore the 15% that aren't in public schools?
I'm not ignoring them. I make the statement that it's public schools.
Okay. The LER. How many times in the last 20 years has the legislature moved the LER now?
Quite a few.
So we're quite capable of that, right?
Yes, but there is no legislation in this bill to do that.
We don't need that. We have the right to do that every year. We've had this argument since I've been here. The LER can by the legislature
Be moved,
adjusted
yes, but there is
every year.
no bill to do that this year.
We can do it every year. It's the law now, right?
Okay.
Well, you've argued several times that we do it all the time, right?
You have done it, yes, in the past, yes.
And we didn't have legislation every year to do that.
I believe there was, yes.
Okay. I hope everybody that's here stays. I know I'm late at the hearings, my last hearings, but I will have some charts when I'm introducing my bill that will compare how property taxes have gone up and how much they've gone up. So I don't have any other, yes. Senator Meyer.
Thank you, Chair. I guess I've been involved in school policy for quite a number of years, and I was always kind of under the impression that the teachers' salaries part of a school district was, 70, 75%. So you're saying 50%. So does that mean administrative costs are extremely high?
No,
or-
so how we broke it out, teachers is about 50, support staff, librarians, coaches, anything to do with this education is
How about
another
administrative
20%.
staff?
Administrative staff came out about 7.5%. Total overall, Senator Myers, in my study was 80.6%. And I had some schools as high as 89% in salaries.
Thank you, Senator Meyer. Are there any other questions from the committee? Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the Revenue Committee for the opportunity to share our views on LB 1241. My name is David Klug, David Klug. I'm the Vice Chair of the Sarpy County Board of Commissioners, here representing Sarpy County, testifying in opposition of LB 1241 as written, because it would stifle our ability to keep up with growth in our county. LB 1241 would keep county property tax revenues flat regardless of inflation, increases in CPI, or growth within the county, which would have a tremendously negative impact on the county's ability to provide necessary services for Nebraskans like public safety and roads. As the county has grown, so has our infrastructure and operational needs, including over $70 million on a new correctional facility, hiring of 35 correctional officers to staff that facility, including an innovative mental health component in the new correctional facility to provide better services to our constituents and get people the help that they need when they need it. From an infrastructure standpoint, we've been expanding and modernizing our county road network with $238 million dedicated budget on roads from 2017 to 2025. We've also constructed a road and sewer network that supports the Google and Facebook infrastructures and campuses. Sarpy County is the fastest growing county in the state of Nebraska, which is why I have such a concern around this. With that growth comes opportunities as well as challenges. With this first kind of collaboration, the county and 5 of the cities within the county have worked together to effectively open up 60,000 acres within the county to be developed over the next several years, effectively opening up the southern half of Sarpy County. This plan and project will generate $15.7 billion in economic development for the state over the next 30 years and is the best long-term plan that we have for our constituents. If Sarpy County property taxes are capped by LB 1241, the county will not have the necessary resources to build the infrastructure to complete this project. Add that to the growing list of unfunded mandates from the state that currently amount to $15.6 million annually, and the county will be forced to make financial decisions that will determinately or negatively impact the public safety, sewers, and roads. With no ability to hire new deputies or simply cover the increased cost of salaries and insurance premiums, the county will be unable to fund deputies, road crews, and other workers to provide necessary services to Nebraskans. The Sarpy County Board is dedicated to being fiscally responsible with our constituents' money. We lowered the tax levy in 2022 to the lowest it has been since 1985. We believe the solution is to maintain local control, eliminate the unfunded mandates put upon us by the state, and allow the county's property tax request to stay on pace with development. Thank you so much for your time, and I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you very much. Are there questions from the committee? Senator Cowell.
I have one, Chair Linehan. Thank you. So you're saying that the county, if this happens, will have to cut police, there's nothing else that you can cut, or there's nothing else where you could trim up? And I'd like to ask, are the county commissioners paid?
The county commissioners are paid. And I guess compared to the other counties in the state, it varies wildly how much they're paid. Sarpy County, we are about, I believe, $32,000 a year right now.
And how many are you?
There are 5 of us.
Okay. So I guess I find the threat of, if this happens, where you don't get any additional money, you'll have to start cutting services to be a little bit bold.
And that's fair, but when we look at it, so as of right now, annually, just to keep pace with increased salary and insurance costs, the county is costing the county over $2.8 million. That's just to maintain status quo. That's no additional projects and nothing. That is just to maintain current staff levels. About 1.1 million of that, I believe, is purely for first responders to maintain their COLA and steps. So when you start to look at that, just to maintain staffing levels that we have today, we would either have to raise the tax levy, or, ultimately, if the levy is going to stay, or our income is going to stay exactly the same, we'd have to stop projects and we'd have to start cutting staff.
Do you, looking at your benefits packages for all of your employees, do you pay 100%? Do they pay part of it? I mean, are there
I can't give you the exact numbers. I'm not going to sit here and try to give you exact numbers. I know that we work with NACO very closely and try to get the best option possible for our employees as well as for the taxpayers.
So does the county pay 100%?
We do not pay 100%. I do not believe that we pay 100%. I'm not going to sit here and say, I can get you that information. If you'd like.
I'd like that. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Cowell. Senator Albright.
Thank you, Chair Linehan. And thank you for being here. You're a commissioner now?
Yes, ma'am.
Great, congratulations. So what's the growth in Sarpy County being the fastest growing county in the state?
So the current projections, I believe by the year 2035, will be about double the size of what we are right now. So we're about 160 right now. We're supposed to be well over 300,000 within the next 20 years.
Okay. And how much did you say the unfunded mandates from the state?
$15.6 million.
15.6 million. Can you think of some that probably don't need to be there?
I have an entire list. I'd be more than happy to provide for the subcommittee.
That would be nice. We'd like to see that.
Okay.
Thank you. And kind of piggybacking off of Senator Cott's question. So when you have your benefit package, so even as a commissioner, obviously you get your benefits as the employees do. Do you pay 100% a deductible?
I do not use the county insurance, so I'm not going to be able to, I can't answer that question.
Okay, so I'd like to maybe get some information on that from you as well.
Absolutely.
And, being the fastest growing county in the state, it's important, but the valuations that you have on some of the folks that pay those taxes, if you live on 192nd and 370 and you pay $12,000 to $20,000 per home, I just really can't imagine that there aren't ways to take a look at the growth that you have, but the incomes that you have coming off of the valuations of a lot of those new homes.
Sure, and that's an absolutely fair statement. What I will say, and getting back to Senator Cott's question as well, as far as what are we doing internally, Our CFO is looking at departments and requests, and just this last fiscal year, if departments continue to ask for money but don't spend it, we're starting to pull that back in. So the example, this last year, about $2 million was found, and that's something where we can move that around. And ultimately, as we move forward, lower the levy in conjunction with that. And I will say, sorry, go ahead.
Oh, I was gonna ask, so you're pulling that back in? Sorry.
We're, after she's done.
Sorry.
So getting that information to us would be good.
Yeah, sure.
And what you're all going to hear a lot of
Mhm.
is tightening our belts.
Absolutely.
Everybody's. Because what you do at the county level affects all of your constituents, and they're watching. And that's why I spent the whole summer on a property tax committee with the governor, and we're going to figure this out.
And I think we're definitely open for different solutions to this, and I don't think anybody would disagree that we need to figure something out.
Thank you, and I
This bill-
appreciate you being here to represent.
Yes.
Thank you.
Senator Cal. Thank you, Senator Albright. I'm sorry. Senator Cal.
My question was, you said you found 2 million that you were able to bring back in.
Yes.
Are you returning that to the taxpayers?
So as of right now, for this fiscal year, we maintained our tax levy, and I want to explain why, because did we want to reduce it? Yes. We're running into a situation with Douglas County and their juvenile justice center. They were effectively kicking us out of it. They're saying, we're changing the way we're doing things. We're going to kick you out. We were immediately looking at plans to building a new juvenile justice center in Sarpy County. The cost of that for construction was estimated at least $8 million, plus about $750,000 a year for operations. So we were trying to find a solution for that and figured we better have that money in the bank if we need it, because Douglas County is giving us very limited time notice. We got to move on this. I've been working with Douglas County commissioners for the last several months, negotiating new contracts to figure out how we can house our children at the Juvenile Justice Center in Douglas County, saving taxpayers. And ultimately, we would then absolutely, in my mind, work to give that money back to the taxpayers and lower the tax levy.
Thank you, Senator Cal. Can I just ask something quick here, and then I'll come back to you?
No, go ahead.
Douglas County now has 2 juvenile justice centers, does it not?
That is correct.
And they're kicking you out.
That is also correct. Well, we had a negotiation with them late December to extend the contract 6 months, so into June. And now we're working with them to have a long, ideally 10 to 15-year agreement, because they do have the space. They've determined that they're going to have to run both of them in perpetuity.
I think all of us in the legislature would be very interested in how those negotiations go. And feel free to call us.
Absolutely, I will.
Senator Murman.
Yes, you did mention that your levy is the lowest. I think it's been since 1975.
85, yes.
Okay, 1985. And of course, your valuations and your growth has increased tremendously since then.
Absolutely.
I'm just wondering how much your total tax asking has changed since then, since you mentioned part of the formula.
I can't provide a graph from 85 to current. My apologies. The tax asking for 2024 fiscal year is just over $70 million, or about 27% of our total budget. If you'd like me to get some historic information to you, I'd be more than happy to provide that as well.
That'd be helpful.
Sure.
Thanks.
Thank you, Senator Murman. Can you just say what you just said again, please?
So our total tax levy for the 2024 budget is just over $70 million, which accounts for.
That's your tax taking, not your levy.
That's our tax take, yes.
Okay.
Correct.
Okay, and then go on. I'm sorry.
That accounts for about 27% of our total budget.
Where does the rest of your budget come from? Because we've heard all summer that the county only has property taxes.
The rest, we have cash on hand. We've had, there was obviously some ARPA funding in there. There's also bonding to pay for roads projects.
And the roads, thank you for bringing that, because I have a note here.
Mhm.
You get money from the state, don't you, for the roads?
Absolutely, we do.
And part of the gas tax goes to Sarpy County?
Correct.
How much of that is your budget?
I can't give
It's
you
okay.
an exact number. Out of the, yeah, I'd have to get that for you. Out of the, I believe like the 238 million that has been dedicated for roads, If we figure roughly 20% has been the cost of the county, that's just shy of $50 million.
You're doing a great job. But,
Thank you.
and I think we all get trained in certain ways when we're in certain offices. You said you lowered your levy in 2022, which thank you very much. But did your tax taking go down?
It did not, no.
And
And-
that confuses people
Absolutely.
when taxing entities, okay, anyway.
I'm all for transparency in this. The postcard bill, I think, is very effective. I think it was great. I went down and listened to our constituents last year for that testimony, and I can certainly empathize with their points of view.
Thank you for being here. Are there other questions? Senator Dungan and then Senator Albright.
Thank you, Chairman Hannon. Thank you for being here. I know we're peppering you with a lot of questions.
All right.
So fair to say, as you continue to grow, you said you're at about 160,000 now, and you expect to be at about 300,000-ish by about 2035?
Correct. Maybe a little bit, maybe closer to 2040, but yeah.
But
double
pretty
population.
large expansion.
Absolutely.
One of the things that we hear often about in this committee, and frankly, we hear about it in the legislature in general, is the difficulty that we have to both attract and retain first responders.
Mhm.
Is that an issue that your counties continue to have as well in terms of staffing with police, sheriffs, firefighters, paramedics, things like that?
Absolutely. We've seen just issues in the working world in general. It's been hard to get employees. We've seen Douglas County has raised the salaries of their sheriffs and deputies, and we've had to reflect that in our budgets as well. We compete with the market, not a court determining what is fair pay and what isn't. So with the fact that other local jurisdictions are increasing their salaries for first responders, we're responding accordingly. We don't want to train somebody up for 6 months to a year and then lose them to another entity.
Well, and I know here in Lancaster County, we've tried to pay more for those kind of things as well, have robust packages of benefits to make sure we can retain those individuals for a long time. And I know statewide, they've also created certain incentive packages to increase, for example, the correctional officers at DCS and things like that.
Mhm.
Is it fair to say that part of what the concern is that you've raised today, I just want to make sure I'm understanding this,
Sure.
is ensuring that you have enough money to continue to fully fund and support those kind of first responders as you grow to that ultimate growth you're talking about by 2035?
100%. I mean, we need to maintain them for the new correctional facility that we have, as well as the sheriff's department out on the street. As the county grows, as we're doubling in size, as we're taking and growing into South Sarpy County, we're going to have patrol units and sheriffs out in those areas to ensure safety for the community.
Thank you.
100%. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Dungan. Senator Albright.
I found it on my
Oh.
device.
Any other questions from the committee? So I heard this week, and I can't remember, I think it might have been in the media, that once the state raised wages at the penitentiary, who were paying less than the counties. Now the counties are raising wages to match the penitentiary. It's going to be, maybe we should all get in a room and talk. I'm not joking. It
has been a struggle in just negotiations and working with all the collective bargaining units. It has been a struggle for us to stay ahead of the game to make sure that we are keeping our best employees. And we've been successful so far, but we're certainly worried of losing our ability to do that.
Okay. Any other questions? Thank you very much for being
Thank
here.
you.
Next, opponent.
Good afternoon, Senator Linehan, members of the Revenue Committee. I'm Colby Coash, COLBY-COASH. I represent the Nebraska Association of School Boards. And while we're here in opposition today, what I wanted to get on record was my appreciation to Senator Von Gillern. As he mentioned in his opening, we did have some meetings earlier this week to talk about the unintended consequences that we saw in this bill that he mentioned in his opening. So we certainly understand his intent in this legislation. We just wanted to bring that to your attention. He did talk about that idea that this bill could just freeze growth in perpetuity is a concern to us. And then for those of you that and 5, I believe, that are on our education committee as well, you understand that valuations directly impacts the TIOSA formula. And that was one of the things that we had a great meeting with Senator Von Gillern about, was how this bill might impact TIOSA, because it's here in revenue, but it also impacts school funding. So, you know, I understand the confusion that was brought up in a couple of testifiers, because if a property taxpayer pays more this year than they did last year, and then the political subdivision doesn't move their levy, that can be confusing. But the other side of that to that story is, and I think Kyle mentioned this a little bit in his testimony, is that when valuations go up, particularly for equalized districts, state aid goes down. And so while I might pay more in my property taxes, the state then is paying less in the form of equalization aid to the school districts where I paid more. So it's really the intersection between those two systems that we want to make sure is clarified and worked with, and we pledged to work with Senator Von Gillern on those things to make sure that those aren't unintended consequences that make their way all the way through.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Are there questions from the committee? Mr. Koash, do you remember 4 or 5 years ago when the legislature's Revenue Committee and Education Committee said that this was going to happen and we should get ahead of it with TIOSA?
That was about the time when I started this position, and those, I think that even predates years before that, where kind of the roadmap kind of was
It was
put out
pretty
front and
obvious
said that
that
this
we were
was,
going to have a
this
problem
was headed this way.
and that we should address TIOSA and get ahead of this problem.
Yeah.
But do you remember how many people would agree in schools that we had a problem and we need to get ahead of it?
There's a variety of different opinions on that for sure.
All right. Any other questions in committee? Senator Murman.
Would you agree that this increase in valuations was a problem in rural schools a long time ago, before we're talking about it now, actually, in the urban schools?
Sure. I mean, it's just a different problem than the urban schools have, right? But in the rural schools where the levies are low, right? When the valuations go up, I mean, they'd have to go up under the current system, so much before state aid would kick in. Now, the legislature addressed state aid to unequalized schools in the last year, but it just affects them differently than it does equalized.
Yes, I was trying to refer to the increase in valuations that took place years ago and the corresponding loss of state aid.
Yeah.
When that happened.
So, I mean, that trajectory put the state off the hook, right? I mean, from the state's perspective, when those valuations went up, that was just less money that the state had to put in. And so that's the intersection that we're concerned about with this particular bill, and hoping that it can be connected to what happens in your other committee.
Hence the property tax problem. Thanks.
Thank you, Senator Murman. Are there any other questions? Senator Albright.
Thank you, Chair Linehan. Thanks for being here. I should have probably asked Kyle Fairbairn this question as well. It's not really a question, but do you ever wonder why the governor put away $1 billion for the schools and $350 million and $1,500 a kid last year? I mean, has that made the schools kind of wonder that we might be going down a different pathway?
Well, I don't think it's a question of wonder. I think schools have realized that there is a different path, and
So we're trying to help with that pathway.
Yeah.
So,
yes, I understand that.
so it wasn't a question, just an observation to be made. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Albright. So I think you were here when I asked Mr. Cannon about how many counties have put out press releases about the 103 meeting from 5 years ago, about 5, maybe 6 years ago, where they have to have a meeting and they have, because the levy does automatically drop now, right?
Through LB 103?
Right.
Correct.
And then the school boards have to vote to increase it back up, right?
That's correct.
So out of the 244 school districts, have any of them ever put out a press release that they had that vote?
Not a press release, no.
Have you ever seen it in the paper?
I have not.
So we have a bit of a transparency problem.
maybe it's a PR problem.
Okay. Any other questions? Thank you very much for being here.
Good afternoon. My name is Liz Standish, spelled Lizstandish. I'm the Associate Superintendent for Business Affairs at Lincoln Public Schools, and I'm here today and testify in opposition to LB 1241. I am passing out written testimony that was based on the review with the amendment. Was very appreciative to hear that Senator von Gillern had conversations with schools and has since become aware of the equalization impact this bill could have. Most importantly, the local effort rate. For example, last year, Lincoln Public Schools lost $10 million in equalization aid, and next year we will lose $30 million in equalization aid. If our property taxes were frozen flat in that climate, we would have a major, major problem on our hands. So we have to shift back to property taxes under that circumstance because that's how the formula in this state works. That is the key point I wanted to make on this bill. I know we probably have a lot to talk about later on Senator Linehan's bill, but that is the key point for this bill.
Are there questions? Are there questions from the committee? I always think of you, Ms. Standish, is probably one of the smartest, if not the smartest person in the state on school funding.
Thank you.
So you will remember 4 or 5 years ago when we had a conversation about what's going to happen when valuations go up, and we're going to have a problem. In my office, you were there, Patty Panson Brooks was there.
Yep.
So this is not a big surprise. We're going to have a problem with LER, is it?
Well,
We've known it was coming for like almost since I've been in the legislature.
a couple thoughts on that. I think the package that was advanced last year, the school finance package of 2023, that was a compilation of 3 bills. So one of those bills was LB 583, which increased special education funding reimbursement and established foundation aid. As an equalized school district, we worked with that concept. So that was progress and change. Along with that came Senator Breezy's bill, which was described and is a soft cap preserving local control, which we'll get to later in your bill. That was part of that conversation. And then as Senator Albrecht referenced, there was also the Education Trust Fund. I also want to recognize that in your time in the legislature, when we worked together, which has not been in unison, and I understand that, I looked back as we were sitting there, and it looks like it's back 17, 18, 18, 19 was the last time the local effort was changed. So often when you were speaking of more state funding in your tenure, you did not go back and change the local effort rate. It is in statute, so it does require a bill to change it, just as a point of reference. So I do recognize that we've had those conversations together. I believe those conversations led to the school finance reform package that was introduced last year, which has not been fully implemented. And I will explain that more in my testimony on your bill.
So, okay, just a heads up, because I won't be up here, but there was also, and you were one of the ones that understood this, on the 80% special ed funding, GNSA schools, for the most part, were already getting 80%. Because it goes in their needs. Don't fail me, I know you.
Okay,
Okay, we can have this discussion off the mic.
we can.
Okay,
All right.
thank you.
Yep.
Any other questions? from the
I
committee?
would like to make note that when valuations did go up substantially in Lancaster County last year, our school district did drop the levy 14 cents. And so the average home actually went up 5%. That was keeping in context a $10 million drop in state aid and a $30 million expected drop in state aid. So we worked on the package with the governor, and we worked through that plan as we feel it was envisioned.
But did your tax taking go down? Your
Our
levy
tax
dropped?
taking couldn't go down. Our state aid dropped $10 million. So we had to replace that. We do need growth, and we can get in a debate about how much growth we need. And we had to prepare for the $30 million cliff.
Yes. Okay, any other questions? Thank you very much. Other opponents? Oh, yeah, these. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Senator Linehan and members of the Revenue Committee. My name's Dean Edson. It's spelled DEANEDSON. I'm the Executive Director for the Nebraska Association of Resources Districts, presenting testimony in opposition to 1221 as originally written. I want to state up front that we're not opposed to property tax reforms. We're very concerned about the heavy reliance on property taxes to fund schools and other political subdivisions. We're at our conference last week. We discussed a lot of these bills. I had our districts develop a policy statement which I incorporated into this testimony. And that is, we will work with the legislature and Governor Pillen on reasonable property tax reform measures. We will support reforms that reduce property tax reliance and provide adequate funding for both rural and urban areas. We oppose restrictions on local budgets that harm the ability of local government to implement programs and projects, to meet federal and state mandated programs, make local annual adjustments to meet the needs of local citizens, adequately fund both rural and urban needs, and provide local funding for efficient natural resources programs to protect water quality, quantity, soil, property, and the economy. The provisions is written originally in 1241. They force property taxes to go down, but it doesn't take in consideration what needs to be funded. As long as valuations go up, taxes would continue to go down. I want to point out a few items here that have forced the districts to increase their property taxes. And I'm just going to summarize some of this, but they're bullet pointed for you. 2001, they repealed the fertilizer tax that went to the NRDs for water quality programs, took away $2.5 million. At the time, the state senator said, well, you're within your budget limitations, we'll dump it back on your property taxes. So it forced a property tax increase on us. They limited the fund to 1.1 million and require 160% match, and that's in statute. 2004, passed fully appropriated. See my lights on here. That required by the state for all the NRDs and fully appropriated basin and flat, reduce 18,400 acre feet of water. That cost the NRD taxpayers $57 million. 993, 25 million, they passed a law, we have to provide up to 25 million gallons annually for municipalities for growth. I see I'm out of time already, but.
Thank you. We'll see if anybody has any questions. Would you finish the next two bullets, just so it's on the record? The next two bullets here.
Yeah. The 2011, our state aid was taken away. That was 1.4 million. And then in 18, we had 3 cents of our levy authority taken away in 2018 to fund projects out in those fully and over appropriated areas. And the legislature forced it to fit underneath the existing 5.5 cent levy authority. So we had to make some cuts with some other programs to slide to state mandated funds of programs in underneath those levies. I want to point out that with all of this, we work closely with the ag community for this water management. And so we're looking at some stuff into the future with full value ag, and we've already been approached to help the ag industry and the producers meet some goals for full value ag. That's going to require some additional dollars from us, or could, but it also, we could maybe minimize it and just use a few of our local NRD dollars and then leverage it to get some federal funding. So there's some things going on in the future, and I just wanted to lay those out for you. So.
Thank you, Mr. Edson. Are there any questions on committee? Was the 2018 because of 2017 we were in trouble and having money? Is that what happened?
In 2018, no, there was a sunset provision, and we tried to get the bill through. Senator Friesen worked with us on that, and we came a few votes short of the 33 necessary.
Okay. All right. Any other questions from the committee? Thank you very much for being here, sir.
Okay, thank you.
How many more testifiers do we have? Okay, move up to the front, guys, if you're going to testify.
That motion tells me I need to be quick. So Chairperson
You got 3
Linehan,
minutes.
good afternoon. Thank you to the committee for testifying. My name is Chip Kay, ChipKay. I'm representing Columbus Public Schools, the Nebraska Council of School Administrators, and Stance. I'm the Director of Finance and Human Resources for Columbus Public Schools. I appear before you opposed to LB 1241. The concept of net zero continues to be an inconceivable approach here in the legislature. Basically, this bill, as it was written, is a 0% cap on property taxes. In my handout, I provided a chart showing our potential situation heading into the 24-25 school year, and under LB 1241, we would be unable to increase our tax asking for any reason, as the bill and amendment 2135 require a political subdivision to reduce its levy. So tax asking dollars does not increase year to year. So you can see in that chart that I show our loss in state aid, projected wage benefits. To get back to even, we would tax back up to the cap LB 243 would still require cuts. If LB 1241 would pass, we would eliminate the green arrow in that chart. In reviewing this scenario, what other solutions would the committee offer? I know there's been talk about windfall. In our district, our taxes usually offset increases in raises, and in my later testimony, I've got more information on that in 1361. I have heard comments about budget items, personnel costs. I haven't had the opportunity or any state senators asked to sit down and talk about real costs as related to our district. I want to share that our district cost per student is the 12th lowest in Nebraska. Under this scenario in front of you, our district would be tasked with cutting a substantial amount from its budget just 2 years after maneuvering a $3.8 million reduction in state aid. Next question, are we losing students? The answer is no. Our state aid is reduced due to valuation increases, which I think several other people have spoke on today, but as our record valuations in Platte County went up, our state aid went down. As a result, our tax asking still did not pace with those reductions. We actually taxed back less than we lost over that 4-year span. So what I would like to say is this bill will force us to for districts that don't receive additional aid to freeze wages, benefits for all employees, or reduce staff. LB 243 is already in place. We believe that's a mechanism that works. Also, with my remaining time, I'd like to say that Senator Linehan and I are in absolute agreement. Dr. Liz Standish is the smartest person about Nebraska school finance. I'd be happy to take questions.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the committee? Thank you very much for being here.
Thank you.
Hi there. Good afternoon, Chairperson Linehan and distinguished members of the Revenue Committee. My name is Courtney Wittstruck, COURTNEY, I am the Executive Director of the Nebraska Community College Association and a registered lobbyist. I'm testifying today in opposition to LB 1241 on behalf of all 6 community colleges in Nebraska. Senator Von Gillern has been very accessible, as well as his staff, and open to working with us. But as the bill is currently written, we must respectfully oppose. Last session, the community colleges collaborated with the governor's office and the legislature to craft a transformational new funding model for community colleges in Nebraska. As you all know, the new funding model was included in LB 243, which was signed into law. Although community colleges are still considered political subdivisions, after last session, they are funded in a completely different manner than every other political subdivision in the state. With that in mind, the community colleges, again, respectfully cannot support this bill as is currently written because it conflicts with existing statutes, especially those related to community college funding. So on page 7, beginning on line 26 of Amendment 2135, this bill establishes a levy cap, as we all have heard, for political subdivisions, and that conflicts with the new community college funding model contained in statutes 85-1517, 85-1543, and 85-2238, which are also referenced earlier in the bill. Although the lion's share of community college funding has been moved off of property taxes, the colleges still retain a right to levy up to 2 cents for capital, and should the state not meet its funding obligation set forth in the aforementioned statutes, the colleges retain the right to levy the amount of the difference, but no more. So for example, and I'm making this up because I don't do math well, but if in 2025, the state fully funds community colleges according to the aforementioned statutes, their non-capital property tax levy would be 0. So then in 2026, and again, I'm making this up in case anyone is watching, if the state underfunds the community colleges by $1 million, the colleges could levy up to $1 million to make up that difference, but again, no more. LB 1241 would limit the college's levy authority in 2026 and would therefore conflict with the existing statutes, which is why we must oppose it. We would be happy to continue working with Senator Von Gillern and his office to rectify this conflict. Thank you for your time, and I'll be happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Senator Linehan and members of the Revenue Committee. My name is Connie Knoche, Connie Knoche, and I am the Education Policy Director at Open Sky Policy Institute. The levy limit proposed in LB 1241 would restrict a district's property tax asking for the current year to what it was for the prior year without regard to the needs of the school district. And we appreciate working with Senator Van Gillern to talk about what these concerns are, and that an amendment has been made, but we haven't had a chance to look at that yet. With ongoing workforce challenges, capping schools' ability to increase their spending over time will curb their ability to recruit and retain staff. Many states in recent decades have enacted laws that limit the collection of property taxes. And according to an article published by the Tax Policy Center, state funding limitations inhibit public school funding and educational equity. For example, Colorado passed the Tabor Law, the Taxpayers' Bill of Rights, and that requires voter approval for tax hikes, and it caps the annual valuation or the annual tax revenue growth. Voters can override this limit, but it's harder to win voter approval in communities where there's larger funding disparities. So even with districts with the same property tax rates, districts in rural and high poverty areas often are unable to raise as much revenue as urban or wealthier communities are. As a general matter, we appreciate the attention of the governor and the legislature to property taxes in Nebraska. However, we oppose the tax shift being assembled through this bill and others. Specifically, we oppose any additional limitation or cap on how local political subdivisions can raise or spend money, as many are already in place. A lot of political subdivisions have levy limits, spending limits, and now school districts have revenue limits also. These caps make it harder for local public subdivisions to budget year over year, and they remove local control. School boards and county commissions, city councils are accountable to the voters, and their constituencies know their needs better than the legislature. While we appreciate the effort to address Nebraska's reliance on property taxes to fund local subdivisions, we oppose doing so by a shift onto sales taxes. The sales tax and not the property tax is the most regressive tax in the state, and this would shift disproportionately impact low-paid Nebraskans, especially those who don't own property, while benefiting large landowners, many of whom are out of state. That's all I have.
Okay, are there any questions from the committee? Are you familiar? You're familiar with this, right?
Yes.
So I'm just going to read a couple lines from here. Likewise, this is open skies, right?
Yes.
Likewise, low and middle income families typically devote larger shares of income to housing than higher income families. Nebraska's tax law includes measures like the homestead exemption, which we all know. Still, the lowest income families in Nebraska pay the higher percentage of their yearly income in property taxes than those of higher incomes. And in the paragraph before, it says regressive taxes such as sales and property taxes are the primary cause of lower and middle income families paying a greater share of their income in taxes.
Both taxes are regressive. The sales tax is more regressive on lower income people.
I would like to see the math on that. I can't understand the math because we do not tax groceries, right?
Right.
We do tax gasoline, but there's no sales tax on it. We don't tax car repairs. We don't tax housing. So if you're low income, how much money do you have left after you pay all those bills?
Well, they have to buy clothing, they have to buy a vehicle to get from one place to the next. It takes more, they have fewer resources.
But how
to
much
pay.
more money would they possibly have? Groceries? Your housing? I need to see the math.
Yes, we can do that for you.
Thank you. Of real life people.
Okay.
Any other questions from the committee? Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, members of the Revenue Committee. My name is Jim Lang. I'm an attorney, 8526 F Street in Omaha, Nebraska. I represent Gretna, Bennington, Waterloo, and Elkhorn Fire Districts and Sanitary and Improvement Districts. I'm here to oppose LD 1241 in its present form. Taking the fire districts, the 4 fire districts I represent provide fire and rescue services to more than 70,000 residents right outside of the outskirts of the city of Omaha and in the Sarpy County area. This bill would adversely affect these fire districts. An example is Gretna Fire. 10 years ago, Gretna Fire, we had 750 calls. Now we're up to 1,554 calls for 2023. We are in the process of going from all volunteer to a paid personnel. So capping our receipts, property tax receipts at this level would adversely affect a fire district that's in a growth area. Bennington Fire is in the same situation. We went from 600 10 years ago to 1,300 calls now. We're in the process of going from all volunteer to paid personnel. So those are both what we call combination districts. So not being able to raise revenue to support the growth in these particular fire districts would adversely affect our ability to provide fire and rescue. Now, one of the things maybe you could look at here, and I know this is an ongoing process, is there's no exceptions. There's no exception for growth. And by growth, I'm talking new development. I'm not talking revaluation. Fire districts like Bennington and Gretna have substantial growth each year. A lot of new units coming on, a lot of services that we have to perform. So we're asking you to look at that part of this bill. And I appreciate your efforts to control property taxes, and we all do. But look at that provision in the bill and provide some exceptions for these political subdivisions. One other point I want to make here is that, these political subdivisions provide basic core services for citizens: fire, water, power, police, education, fire and rescue. And they do a great job and under difficult circumstances. So I hope you take that in consideration when you're looking at these bills and putting in these exceptions. Any questions, I'd be happy to answer.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions from the committee?
Thank you.
I have, so Bennington, I've been by their fire station. It's very nice.
It's beautiful.
Uh-huh. And don't recall where Gretna is. So is Bennington or Gretna working with their counties or other cities? Because what you're saying is they're going to build their own fire departments when Bennington someday will be Omaha.
So like, take an example, Bennington. So we cover areas northwest of Omaha. We cover areas outside of Omaha and northwest area there. And then we have an interlocal with the city to provide their fire services. So we're providing fire services to, let's say, 30,000 people. And we have.
So how many fire districts are in Douglas County?
Oh, I think we in Douglas have about 7.
Has there been any conversation ever that all 7 of you would get together and figure it out, and maybe somehow save some money?
Well, once again, I think the fire districts, first of all, none of the board members are paid. We've gone from volunteer to now paid personnel on 2 of our districts. We serve a specific
Okay,
area.
it's all very nice, but it's not, you're a very good testifier. Has there ever been a meeting with all those 7 fire districts where they have gotten together and figured out maybe if they work together, they could save funding?
The fire districts through mutual aid work together all the time, so that if a call comes here, they work together so that on a mutual aid basis, they will provide fire and rescue services on a particular call as we go forward.
Does that save money?
Oh, that saves a lot of money and also becomes very efficient among the different fire departments. The other thing is most of these fire departments were for many, many years volunteers. And if you look at the levy, how low those levies were in prior years, they're raising now a little bit because we have paid personnel because of the services. We're going from rural to a suburban. The people that move out to a suburban area in Gretna, Nebraska, they think they're coming from Omaha and they should have the same services that they had when they were in the Omaha area. These are no longer rural fire districts. We have to provide those services.
Thank you. Are there any other questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Hey, thank you.
Members of the Revenue Committee, I appreciate you giving us the time to testify.
Thank you very much.
My name is Kevin Edwards, KEVIN EDWARDS. I'm the fire chief for the Millard Fire District and the administrator for the Papillion Fire District. And we're here to oppose the bill as written. One of the things that we see, and to reiterate what was said by Jim Lang, is there's no provision for growth. Both the Millard and the Papillion Fire District are districts that are growing rapidly. In the Papillion District, the growth has been about 5.71%, and that's the growth due to new development and new construction. In Millard, it was 3.15%. The call loads in the Papillion Fire District have went up dramatically as our population has went up from 65.7 to the area that we serve, which we serve the Papillion Fire District, the city of Papillion, and the city of La Vista. The total population of those three entities went from 65.7 to 68.4. Our average calls for service went up 5.88% over those years. We're dependent on the growth that we experience to keep pace with the needs of the fire district to provide fire and rescue services. I'd be glad to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Other questions from the committee? How much of Millard's not in the city of Omaha?
We've got the 33,000 people. We have a district in both Douglas and Sarpy County. 2/3 of our district is in Sarpy County and 1/3 of it is in Douglas County.
And the 2/3 in Sarpy County will never be in Omaha.
Right. And it's very far away from
Does
other,
it buffer right up to Gretna, just like the school district does?
similar, yes.
Okay. Thank you. Are there any other questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you much.
Thank you.
Oh, good, beautiful afternoon. Senator Linehan, members of the Revenue Committee. My name is Roma Amundson, spelled ROMA-AMUNDSON. Excuse me. I am appearing before the committee in my capacity as a member of the Lancaster County Board of Commissioners. I am here to testify on behalf of the county board in opposition to LB 1241. The Lancaster County Board is committed to providing sustainable local government services to our constituents. Like the legislature and this committee, the Lancaster County Board fully recognizes that sustainability requires property tax relief. In 2023, the property valuation in Lancaster County increased around 22%. For purposes of LB 644, Lancaster County's allowable growth percentage was 4.78. In the face of daunting budgetary challenges, including unprecedented inflationary pressure and increased service demands from our growing community, the county board nevertheless reduced the county tax levy by 3.8467 cents, representing a 4% increase in property tax. However, The Lancaster County's 2023 budget ensured that Lancaster County's property taxes remained below the thresholds for participating in the public hearings set forth in LB 644, while also responsibly meeting the increased needs for governmental services in our growing community. On its own, LB 1241 ignores the real fact of the vibrant growth taking place in Lancaster County, our thriving county. Alongside a steady and enviable increase in residents and businesses in Lancaster County, the demand for core governmental services like first responders, public safety, and roads and bridges also continues to increase. The allowable growth percentage recognizes the fact that a growing community wants and deserves a proportional increase in governmental services that make Lancaster County such an attractive place to raise a family and run a business. LB 1241 would eliminate Lancaster County's ability responsibly to meet the needs of our constituents by perpetually locking spending in place no matter what increased services may be needed to keep our citizens healthy and safe. Lancaster County recognizes the need for prudent government spending, and the Lancaster County Board is committed to working with Senator Van Gillern, the legislature, and this committee in identifying solutions to resolve the property tax challenges facing the state of Nebraska, including finding ways that LB 1241 may fit into a global tax reform package. However, as a standalone bill,
Your red light's on.
excuse me, yes, sir. Okay,
Okay, do you want to read the last two lines of this?
thank you for the opportunity. Thank you for the opportunity to testify and for your service to our great state. I would be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions from the committee? Senator Cal.
Thank you, Chair
Mhm.
Linehan. Mrs. Onson, thanks for being here. I have a question about the fact that you say you're growing, you're adding new businesses, new residents. Won't those new businesses and new residents and that new development also give you new taxes?
Yes, it
So
would.
you're not depending on what you have now for this growth. The growth will happen, you'll get the taxes from that growth.
We will get growth. Yes, and I will agree with that. But there's one of the things that you always need to remember, that there are other people coming into Lancaster County, we are a welcoming committee. A welcoming community. So we have many immigrants from various countries coming in, and they do require additional services. And so we do have that additional growth in businesses and in homes and things like this, but also there are governmental services that are required to provide services to those communities. For example, we have building going on, it will be potentially building going on. I live in a rural area, and so we have developments coming out along South 148th Street. Okay, we are putting water out there, and there's going to have to be electricity out there. And so we don't know exactly how much that is all going to cost, and if the increased growth is going to match that. We don't know that.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Thank you, Senator Cal. Any other questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Good afternoon, Senators. My name is Dave Welsh, D-A-V-E-W-E-L-S-C-H. I'm the board president at Milford Public Schools, just west of Lincoln here. I've been on that board going on 26 years, and I am a farmer in that area. So as these handouts come around, I'm probably going to get ahead of it here a little bit, but Milford has always been an equalized school district. Ever since 1990, when TIOSA was created, Milford's been an equalized school district. When valuations of ag land increased over 8 years by over 300%, we almost became non-equalized because of our so-called new resources there that's calculated in. The first page hopefully is at the top in the bold. It says needs minus resources equals equalization aid. And that's a little bit of a primer on the basic formula within TIOSA. As our valuations would go up under this bill, our equalization aid would go down. And even though our taxes might be maintained the same, our equalization aid goes down like many other previous testifiers have said. I'm not, there's 2 pages to this handout. And I think I'm going to focus on the second one with the little time I have here. There's a great disparity in property taxes across Nebraska, especially out in rural Nebraska. Seward County is a case where Centennial has about a 50-cent levy and Milford has a 94-cent levy. And the gentleman from Farm Bureau mentioned that we're competing with South Dakota or Iowa or Kansas. I'm competing with the guy right across the fence in the neighboring school district. I have to sell my beans for $1 more a bushel just to be on an even playing field with that farmer right next door to me. So that's where we need to focus. It's not so much in maintaining a flat property tax level. It's in trying to change the disparity of property taxes across Nebraska. And that's what we need to focus on. Right now, the general fund levies in Nebraska probably vary from about 35 cents to $1.10, 3 times higher in some districts than others. Great disparity. The way to solve that is with the second page of the handout. And there'll be an opportunity maybe to share on this in the next bill or probably on Friday. But we need to figure out how to disperse money within this state to lower property taxes. And and one solution to that is lowering the valuations inside the TIOSA formula. And that's what that second page with the chart and graph show. The main thing I want to point out is down at the bottom where it says 23-24 Nebraska plan average potential levy reduction, very bottom right in the center. We need to target the tax relief. And this is a plan that can do that. As you can see, schools on the left with the current 90-cent levy, they could get a 24-cent reduction. And then on down to schools that already have low levies, they'd get a 3 to 6% reduction. So I see my time's up. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the committee? This is the Nebraska plan, right?
Yep, 2.0.
Okay, so what guarantee is there if we lower the levies inside the formula, but not outside the formula, that there will be property tax relief?
Because the schools become more equalized again. Back in 2007 or 8, we had over 200 school
I know,
districts
I know
equalized.
all that.
The guarantee is in your locally elected school board members.
Right, that's
I
what I
am
wanted.
not going to tax myself any more than I have to, as well as my neighbors and friends.
But there's nothing in the bill nothing in this plan that forces property taxes to go down.
I think that is already there all across Nebraska with locally elected officials.
Okay.
That's how we reduce property taxes.
Thank
We provide them with the resources and they'll make the decisions to lower property taxes.
Okay, are there any other questions from the committee? Thank you very much for being here.
Good afternoon. I'm Brett Richards, Assistant Superintendent of Business Services at Papillion La Vista Schools, BRETTRICHARDS. I wasn't going to testify today, but I just want to bring some things to your attention because I think it's a great conversation. We had this at the Education Committee a year ago. Our situation is a great example of why taxpayers are getting killed. Okay. So our property tax, actual property taxes have probably gone up over 30% over the last 5 years, but our state aid has dropped similarly. So next year, we're expected to drop from 28 million to 21 million in state aid. Okay, that's $7 million. That's about 8 cents of property taxes. How do we make that up? We can't. Only to raise property taxes 8 cents, or our valuation goes up 8 cents the next year, and we can keep the levy the same. But our property taxes, our property taxpayers are getting killed in that scenario. It's not a school problem. It's a state TIOSA formula problem. We've been saying that. Senator Linehan said that. We would love, believe me, as a business official, I don't want to get killed in front of my taxpayers. I haven't explained this every year. It's a formula issue. But I do like the truth in taxation hearing because I can go in front of them and tell them exactly what's going on. Now, half of them don't listen, but it's the truth. So this is not going to be solved by a one-size-fits-all property tax cap because of that TIOSA formula. And that's why I think Senator Linehan, Governor Ricketts in the past have gone to the property tax credit mode, which we really appreciate. I can tell my taxpayers that too. You can get 30% off your school taxes if you file in April. Okay, so that's about all we have right now. One other thing I was going to mention, and it's an unequalized versus equalized district deal. So if I was an unequalized superintendent, I could just drop my property taxes accordingly as the tax levies were raised. It was pretty easy, right? As an equalized district, I can't do that. So it really, to my mind, it becomes that simple to think about. I don't like the fact that we're thrown under the bus as a school district to say that we could just give the valuation increases back to our taxpayers. It's just not true. I wish we could. I live in that district. I would like to pay lower taxes as well. But the equalized districts are just getting killed in those taxpayers, and that's why you're getting the complaints you get. And I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Yes, Senator Meyer.
Thank you. You said you had a 30% increase in the last 5 years.
Oh, at least.
So what would you suggest I tell my ag land producers who have had a 90% increase in the last 8 years?
Well, I would hope they would be from unequalized districts where their school boards can give them
It
back.
doesn't matter. It's just their valuations went up that
But their
much.
school boards can give them back that money. We
Well,
can't.
You would think so. Doesn't always work that way.
As-
Thank you, Senator Meyer. Are there any other questions from the committee? What school did you say you're from? I'm sorry.
Papillion Vista.
Did you get more state aid last year?
No. Oh, yes, last year we were able to. We dropped our levy by over 11 cents.
How much more state aid did you get last year?
I couldn't tell you that right now.
Did
without
your
looking at the
special ed
figures.
go from 40% to 80%?
Yes. And we were able to we did what the governor asked us to do. We gave most of that, almost all of that back to the taxpayers. 11.2 cents in tax cut levy.
Did people's taxes actually go down?
I think so. Yeah, mine did when I got my card.
Thank you. Any other questions from the legislature, from the committee? Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Chairperson Linehan and members of the Revenue Committee. My name is Shane Ryan, ShaneRhian, and I am the Chief Financial Officer at Omaha Public Schools. I am here today on behalf of the Omaha Public Schools, Nebraska's largest school district, serving over 52,000 students and their families. I'm here today in opposition to LB 1241 and AM 2135. While we appreciate Senator Von Gillern's efforts to reduce the burden of property taxes on all Nebraskans, this bill and the resulting freeze in property tax revenue would be extremely detrimental to not only Omaha Public Schools, but all school districts statewide. School districts in the state of Nebraska have historically had two significant statutory limits on their budgets: a $5 hard cap on the local property tax levy, and a limit on the growth of the budget authority and related expenses. Currently, the certified budget authority calculated by the Nebraska Department of Education has a statutorily mandated basic allowable growth rate of 2.5% annually, with some adjustments for student growth, special grant funds, and special education expenses. The legislature passed LB 243 last year as part of the governor's school finance reform package, adding a third limitation on the growth of school district budgets, a 3% soft cap on overall revenue growth. This cap on revenue growth is calculated by the Nebraska Department of Education and a certified property tax authority amount, which is an additional cap on the levy rate that local school districts can pass. LB 1241 and AM 2135 would appear to freeze local property tax revenue for school districts and their political subdivisions and other political subdivisions. LB 243 LB 1241 establishes an additional levy limit that requires school districts and other political subdivisions to lower the levy rate by the percentage increase of its total taxable valuation, effectively freezing property tax revenue at amounts levied in 2023 with no future growth. AM 2135 changes the percentage reduction of the levy and requires that a school district or political subdivision's levy shall be no more than the levy necessary to raise the exact same amount of property taxes as was raised by such political subdivisions in the prior year. Freezing property tax revenue at current levels would be catastrophic for school districts. School districts currently have no other mechanism to raise revenue to fund the operation of their schools, and a complete freeze of property tax revenue would quickly erode their ability to provide a quality education for the students they serve. Now I see I'm out of time.
Yes. So you were under the soft cap this fall, right? It was law.
Correct.
Did the Omaha School Board vote to override the soft cap?
We did not.
You did not.
We did not.
I'm not asking if you used it. I'm asking if you voted to override it, so you got the 3%.
No, ma'am, we did not.
Good for you. Are there any other questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Other opponents? Okay, I'm seeing nobody in the front, so anybody in the, what's that other, neutral position? Seeing none, Senator Van Gillern, would you like to close?
Thank you, Senator Linehan. It's brought to my attention that when I opened, I forgot to spell my name. So I'll do that now for the record. It's, I think I'd know better. It's BRADVONGILLERN. So got that behind me. Where do I start? I've got a bunch of notes here. I'm going to give some grace to my level of frustration about a couple of things. And I guess because this bill was originally slated to go last, I'm presuming that maybe some of the folks that testified in opposition weren't here when I made my opening statement, where I stated very clearly that there were three things that needed to be adjusted in this bill, and that I had worked with several school districts to learn about that, and had worked with a representative from the NASB to learn more about that, and had made a commitment to do everything I could to make sure that this doesn't set school funding back. Also shared in the opening statement that we realized the bill as it currently stands does not allow for growth, and I made a commitment to make sure that that is resolved. And then lastly, I shared in my opening statement that the community colleges were concerned about how this funding worked with the modified funding that was passed by the legislature last year, and I made a commitment to them, and I've already begun conversations on how to remedy that. So just want to bring everybody up to speed in case you missed the opening statement, because those were three things that were very important, and I think probably could have saved us an hour worth of testimony today. But be that as it may, everybody gets their turn, and that's the way the system works, and the system does work. So proud of that. A couple of comments that were made that I want to just address. Senator Murman and Senator Meyer, thank you for pointing out the impact to agriculture of property taxes, and particularly what this bill might do to benefit the agricultural community. It's easy to think about your home and everything else, but clearly agriculture bears a huge burden in the property tax equation, and part of what we want to try and get fixed. Senator Dungan made a terrific statement. You said this is a small part of a larger conversation, and that's very true, and I had not said that yet, so I appreciate that it absolutely is a piece of a puzzle that this committee is working hard to assemble. There is nothing in this bill, or the intention of this bill is not to build a hard cap. That's a different conversation for another day that we all know is coming. To claim that we're gutting fire, gutting first responders, gutting school districts, gutting teachers is just completely out of the realm of what the intention is here. I'm going to pick on Mr. Klug from Sarpy County a little bit, and I know he's thick-skinned because he proved it when he was sitting there. I don't know that anybody's going to throw a pity party for Sarpy County. They've got Google and Facebook that have spent billions in development in those areas and is spending, I don't even know how much, but multiple millions of dollars in property taxes. And the employees there probably have 100 kids in the school district. They are not tapping the resources of Sarpy County in a hard way, but yet it has increased their revenue, their property tax revenue dramatically. Also want to point out that as a legislature, we funded additional state aid for their sewer project expansion plan for South Sarpy County last year. And as Senator Linehan mentioned, the state highway funds, I'm sure went to the Highway 50 expansion. So I think Sarpy County's doing pretty well. So happy for them. Just want to make sure we all take that into account and balance that testimony. Mr. Welch said that, made a comment about the guarantee in this process is in your local elected officials. And I think that leads me towards my final comments, and that is that if the local elected officials in each taxing authority want to raise taxes. Just don't pretend you're not doing it. And do it in the light of day. And bear the pain for it. Go before your constituents and tell them what you're going to do and propose it, and then live with the outfall of that from those taxpayers. And that may be a re-election problem. That may be a public perception problem. I don't know what that will be. I just want to move this process out of the dark, which the windfall gain is in the dark, and move it into the light. And that's what the intention of this bill is. It's not perfect the way it's written. I named 3 things clearly. I named it in my opening statement, just went over them again that we need to get right in this. And you have my commitment that we'll do that. With that, I'd be happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Senator Von Gillern. Do we have any questions from the committee? Letters. Which number is this? So we had 5 proponents, 15 opponents, and 1 neutral. And with that, we'll close the hearing on LB 1241.
Thank you.
And yeah, we can take a,
Please.
okay, let's take a 10-minute break, but hard start in 10 minutes. So that's a quarter. Yeah, I guess we do.
Senator Murman's
Well,
here.
wait, I don't know where Charles is.
Senator Murman's here. Oh, okay.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Go ahead.
Okay. All right. We will open up on the hearing for LB 1316. Welcome, Senator Linehan.
Thank you, Vice Chair Von Gillern and members of the Revenue Committee. I am Luann Linehan, L-O-U-A-N-N-L-I-N-E-H-A-N. I am from Legislative District 39. 316 removes a 70% levy override that was put in place last year with LB 243. This override was put in place to allow school boards to have the ability in times of difficulty or in times of an emergency to override their levies to allow for extra funding when needed. This past year, the first year the override was in effect, 188 schools out of a total of 244 voted to utilize the levy override. That equals 77%, or over 3/4 of school boards that chose to override their tax levies by this method. This is in a year when we increased state funding by $328 million for all schools, for equalized schools, for non-equalized schools. Everybody got more money. I don't know, I don't recall that we had emergency situations that sprung up all over the state where they couldn't live within the levy. Schools already get a 3% annual increase, which can be added to various factors. If this bill were to pass, the schools would still have the option to override their levies by a vote of the people. This override has already been abused by school boards. It is only in the first year. It wasn't 6 months after we passed the bill. LB 316 will continue fiscal restraint and requirement of fiscal responsibility that was started in LB 243 last year. So I have some handouts, so bear with me. Oh, does everybody have a handout? So this, the first one, is from Open Skies, Taking Ownership, an overview of property taxes in Nebraska. It's page 7. So I found this chart very confusing because as chairman of the Revenue Committee for the last 5 years, I can't quite figure out what they're saying because I know it's not right. So if you go to this chart, it shows you from 2003 to 2023, the annual and cumulative percentage change in Nebraska's property valuations and taxes levied by local governments. So you will see that taxable value line is the top one, the dark blue. The next one is property tax levied, the pink one. Then if you go, this is so depressing. The yellow line is what the legislature has tried to do to provide property tax relief. And the blue line is inflation. Then there's one that's just from 2013, which shows that it's again, the dark line is the taxable value. The pink line is property taxes levied. The green line is property tax rate, which did go down a little bit, but you'll see that it didn't go down near as much as values went up. Net local tax relief. That's what we were trying to do, have been trying to do. And then inflation. Yes, we're hearing a lot about inflation, today, and we will all week. But for all the years prior to 2020, when inflation was barely an issue, you can see that property taxes went up considerably more than inflation. So compared to the open skies chart, this yellow one shows what's happened to valuations across the state. You'll see that ag, starting in 2008, which Farm Bureau said this again and again, and Governor Gillern talks about it being because of President Bush, and we greatly increased the demand for ethanol. Prices skyrocketed. And all the schools that are in here today talking about how they're gonna lose state aid because the valuations went up, they fought anything to do about that when ag went from, when it went up, whatever that is, like 200% or 100%. They said it was fair because they had the resources. They didn't need state aid because they have enough resources. That's the way the formula works. It's $1 times your resources, and that's your resources, and then you take your needs, and that's what your state aid should be. Several of them that were here testifying today testified to that point for the last 4 years. And 4 or 5 years ago, and maybe even 3 years ago, maybe more, 4 or 5 years ago, we had meetings. They said we didn't talk to them. We had meeting after meeting after meeting saying, this is going to happen to you. We need to address it now. They did not agree. And these last 2, 3 are the raw numbers. So there's a lot of mumbling and grumbling, and I've heard people say that, none of this is going to go anywhere. We're the legislature. We decide what goes and doesn't go anywhere. And we cannot walk away this year when we have a governor willing to help us and say it's okay that this is happening. And the idea that we can trust the local taxing entities to take care of it, we have 20 years of experience that shows that's not going to work. So that's my.
Thank you, Senator Linehan. Any questions from committee members? Seeing none, thank you. We'll invite a proponent testimony for LB 1316. Seeing none, I'll invite up opponent testimony for 1316. Any opponents? I'm going to start saying good evening now.
It's getting there, Senator. It's getting there.
Yeah.
Senator Gillern, members of the Revenue Committee, my name's Kyle Fairburn. I represent the Greater Nebraska Schools Association. Again, 25 of the largest school districts in the state, 70% of all the public school children. And I'm here today representing myself as GNSA, NSCA, and NERCSA, the rural school districts. Come in opposition to LB 1316. Again, this would take away some of the growth rates that were put in place last year, and it would limit growth to 3% plus some room for growth. About 4 years ago, I sat in this very chair opposing a school finance bill that greatly increased the amount of state aid to equalize school districts. It would have lowered the property tax bill while the state would have paid more to schools. Senator Friesen sat in the third seat over from the end and asked me very candidly why GNSA would oppose this bill. I told him at the time it was a trust issue for the schools that I represent. In the previous few years before that, the state, whenever it was short on funding, the first place they always looked was TIOSA. TIOSA always had some place where we could cut. Somebody was making a change to lower the amount of TIOSA. Along those lines, I come to you to oppose LB 1316. Last year, through lots of negotiations, a bill was passed to cap budget increases. This year, following the rules of the legislature, large number of school districts were able to increase their budgets and not affect the education of their students. Some increased budgets to protect themselves against future law changes. They are very glad they did that right now, because here we are talking about changing the law that was passed last year. One of the issues for the increases last year was due to some of the schools in the eastern part of the state experiencing large growths in students every year. These schools have grown by 5, 6, 10% students each year. Last year, one of the schools I represent opened a new high school. That high school cost them 10% more teachers in the district by adding that one high school. There is no way they could have lived on a 3% cap. Teacher salaries, again, account for 50% of overall district budgets. You've asked us to increase teacher salaries. We're trying to increase teacher salaries, but it's a tremendously large portion of a school district's budget. With that, I'd be happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you. Questions from the committee? Senator Albright.
Thank you. Do you want to be called Vice Chair Von
It's-
Gillern?
Vice Chair, I'm sorry, I missed that
Vice Chair
too.
Von
Senator, my
Gillern.
fault
You're
on that
good.
too,
You're
Senator
good.
Von Gillern.
Okay, so I just have a couple questions because so you represent the Greater Nebraska School Association, but are you a superintendent of it?
No, I'm a registered lobbyist.
Just read, okay, you're their lobbyist. Okay, very good. So how many of the Greater Nebraska schools actually engaged in utilizing their override last year?
I don't have that, Senator Albright. I can get it to you. I know we had some, yes.
So you mentioned with Senator Friesen 2 years ago that it was a trust issue with
Yep.
you guys. Then we have a new governor and he puts this money away. Just showing the schools that we're with you. We've never let go of our public schools. We've always tried to fund what needed to be funded. We're trying to work with you guys on getting as many teachers educated to go into the profession. But now it's a trust issue with us. That's why we're here. That's why we're talking about this.
And you're exactly right, Senator. And again, a
So-
lot of people use these budgets. They didn't spend the money, but they did budget over it to give themselves some protection in future years.
But
And I know I know the look, I know how it feels, but that protection issue is huge for some of these districts.
But the protection issue is right here with our state. We've never let the public schools down. I don't
Senator, we
believe,
had lots of reductions in TIOSA, and
well,
almost every year from 2000 to
reductions in
18.
TIOSA, but we're gonna put $1 billion away and give you $300 and some million for the next 5 years and give every school in the state $1,500 per child. That's big.
Agreed.
That's big. So we shouldn't even be sitting here talking about this. But when agreements are made with people that you represent and they choose to go down another path, then we have to do what we have to do in the state of Nebraska to take care of the taxpayer as well.
Well, Senator, I'll tell you, no school broke the law. They followed the law that was in place. So saying that we did something illegal, we did not.
I'm not saying you did anything illegal.
Okay.
You were asked before we
And we were
engaged
asked.
in the three things I just said,
Sure.
the $1 billion, the 325, whatever it is, 320 million. Let's
And-
get this right.
And we were given, and we talked about growth rates repeatedly last year. And we put them in place so that a growing district like a Bennington and an Elkhorn and Gretna can survive.
Well, and don't think we won't address the growth issues. I mean, this is all part of what
Okay.
we're talking about here.
And again, I have to testify on the bill that's in front of
I
me,
get it,
Senator.
but I'd like to sure know, and you can check and get back to us and provide it for the committee, how many of the 188 schools were in the Greater Nebraska School Association that you represent? I'd like to know how many of them did the
I will
override.
certainly get that for you,
Thank you,
Senator.
appreciate it. Thank you.
Other questions from the committee? Senator Albright, kind of, I had three things written down. I think you covered just
Sorry.
about all of them. No, that's fine. No, we're thinking on the same note. This almost feels like an abusive relationship where I was just sure you were going to punch me, so I wanted to punch you first. And the So last year, the overrides, what I heard you say is, get back to the trust issue, was we did the override because we didn't trust that you guys were going to do what you said you were going to do. And now you're not doing what you said you were going to do. Well, I think the version that the legislators would say is, we're doing what we're going to do because you did what you're doing. So this is like this really bizarre, unhealthy relationship, circular equation that's going on. And the cause and effect is a little bit hard to get to the bottom of. Clearly I think you hit the nail on the head. There's some trust issues. And I don't think what happened last year by your membership did anything to strengthen that, especially after $1.3 billion was set aside for public schools.
Again, schools did not break the law. They followed the legislation that was put in place. And yes, some of that is due to cover themselves. Okay, because if this bill comes in place, and I don't know if Gretna or Bennington or Elkhorn even did it, but if they didn't, and this comes into place, and they don't have that growth authority, they no longer can pay teachers. They can't increase salaries. And I know everybody says, sure they can. They got all kinds of money. In a growing district, they're the lowest, those three districts are the lowest spending per pupil school districts in the state. And to say that now we're not going to allow them to grow is a really tough deal, Senator.
I hear what you're saying. I do find it, and I'm not questioning your level of honesty. If I were you, I would have come here prepared, knowing whether your largest members, if you're going to testify on the override and you're telling us you don't know that your largest members voted for the override or not, I find that either shocking. I find that shocking and a little bit, maybe, I don't know if I want to call it unprepared or what, but I think that's a fair question. Did your largest members vote to override the levy or not?
I know that Omaha did not.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Any other questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you for being here.
Thanks.
Next opponent. Sorry, forgot where we were.
Thank you, Vice Chairman and members of the Revenue Committee. My name is Tyler Newton, TYLER, NEWTON. I am a fifth-generation farmer, the fire chief for the Bradshaw Rural Fire Department, and I am grateful to be entering my fourth year of service on the Heartland Community Schools Board of Education. I am here today representing the local board's voice in opposition to LB 1316 on behalf of the Nebraska Association of School Boards. Nebraska's elected school boards need the ability to locally govern their districts, and LB 1316 eliminates much of that local authority. One-size-fits-all bills like LB 1316 often hurt our students, teachers, and our communities. What may work for larger districts like those in Omaha is often not helpful or necessary for districts like our Heartland Community Schools, and vice versa. Bills like LB 1316 that reduce the authority of locally elected boards to make decisions that have a lasting impact on their schools and communities are not helpful. Last year, the Heartland School District, a district with just under a 58-cent levy, needed to add a new elementary teacher due to a third grade class size. This is why our board made the decision to take advantage of the additional authority. Enrollment numbers at elementary class sizes require decisions such as adding additional teaching staff, a continuous possibility. Our district is able to make important and necessary decisions like this because of the flexibility that is currently afforded to boards to exceed our certified tax request authority. LB 1316 would eliminate the authority of locally elected boards to make decisions and fund our schools in the best interest of our students and communities. There are several bills this year that seek to combat teacher shortage, teacher retention, etc. As a school board member, I cringe at how a Nebraska school board is going to be able to give any teacher salary increase that meets the cost of living. Last year's inflation rate was 6.45%, yet LB 1316 caps our tax asking to 3%. That means any school board that wants to provide cost of living increase to their teacher salaries will now fall short each and every budget year, and it will result in a slow death for their schools. If the school chooses not to match the cost of living increase, their teachers will simply leave to teach at other schools, or they will leave the profession. I am a product of legislation that caused the reorganization of public schools at my local school. My local school had to close. When I entered high school, I had to trade a 1-block walk to school for a 15-mile drive to school. The town of Bradshaw went from a population of around 500 to a population now just barely over 200. The erosion of local control through bills like 1316 will result in the same outcomes. I want to thank the committee for giving me the time to speak with you today.
Thank you. Any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you for being here, Mr. Newton. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Liz Standish, spelled Lizstandish, and I'm the Associate Superintendent for Lincoln Public Schools, submitting this testimony in opposition to LB 1316. LB 1316 fundamentally changes the school finance package crafted by the governor and advanced by this legislator last spring. 583, foundation aid, special education reimbursement. 589, a new soft property tax request cap preserving local control. Very important words. The establishment of the Education Future Fund. Striking the board's local authority to increase the base growth percentage will have catastrophic implications and will erode our state's school system. The 2023 school finance package included multiple variables, and implementation will not fully be realized until 25-26, when the increase in special education funding is included in the state aid calculations. Most importantly, and this is my most important point today, the full implementation of the property tax cap did not occur in 2023. It will occur in 2024, 2025. That is when the special education revenue will be subtracted from the cap. So if you pass this bill this year, schools will not have a 3% cap. They will have a much lower number. So the special education reimbursement will be subtracted for the first time. And as a new number coming into the formula, the net results for school districts will be less than 3%. Districts with large residential valuation have to plan for multiple years. When we talked about local control, we talked about the circumstance of rising residential values resulting in dramatic drops in state aid. I gave you the example from Lincoln Public Schools. We are expecting a $30 million drop in state aid next year, and that was actually confirmed in the model that was produced just before this hearing starts. It's real. We cannot do this in a piecemeal fashion. We have to know how all the pieces and parts work together. And I would love a question to walk you through the calculations so you understand what I said about the cap will be less than 3%.
Thank you. Do any of the committee members have a question?
How long does it take to go through that?
It genuinely
I'm
won't
just
take
kidding.
long.
We should talk.
Okay, I would really appreciate it. Sorry. I do appreciate you giving me this opportunity. So I have a model of the Lincoln Public Schools cap in front of me. And I want you to know that Lincoln Public Schools, when the communication, the vision, and the leadership was cast out in our community last summer of property tax relief and new revenue related to special education, our community took that to heart. And that did create expectations for our board. And so we did not approve the override. So we stayed within the base cap. So when you look at our base cap calculation for 23-24, that revenue cap, and I'm going to go in round millions so that we don't have to get discombobulated in all sorts of numbers and commas, was $511 million. That is the number that will be grown by 3%. So when you grow that number, and we have a model that goes through the calculation, you get to $525 million. The challenge with implementing this bill this year is we now are going to subtract out for Lincoln $32 million more in special education reimbursement. So that will result in $493 million in our base, which is lower than our starting base last year of $510 million. It would actually be a decrease of 3.5%. Now, I'm going to hold myself accountable to something I said, which is we can't do this in a piecemeal fashion. And of course, I've modeled this into what is an actual budget for Lincoln Public Schools. Last year, we did include what we thought was an estimate, a good estimate of what the additional special education reimbursement would be. And so we did have that in our revenue last year at $532 million. When we look at this 3% cap and have to subtract out the additional special education, I am now dropping to revenue of $520 million for next year. So we need next year the additional taxing authority that the board can access under this provision just to have a flat budget. So I realize that complicates the conversation around this bill, because what I'm telling you is next fall, school boards, in order to get to 3%, are going to need more than 3%. They're going to have to access it. And so maybe if they built their base last year, they won't have to do that. That was not the road my district went down, but some did. So it's real. I cannot explain with enough emphasis that I am happy. I actually edited this letter because I have a form letter. I have been doing this for 17 years, so I've been here a lot over the decades, to include my email address and my phone number, because I really want to walk through the implications of this bill for all of you and how it can impact the way the special education reimbursement will subtract out. And that's all I have, and I'm happy to answer any further questions.
Thank you. Senator Albright.
Thank you, Vice Chair Von Gillern. And thank you for this example. So on page 3 of the bill, it doesn't change the fact that you can still go out and ask for that 3% override, right? Property tax may request to exceed the tax request authority by an amount approved by 60% or the majority of the legal voters voting. So you'd have to take it to the vote of the people to override the.
I don't have time to take it to the vote of the people for next year's budget.
I get it. And that's why a lot of them probably did what they did. Not illegally, but everybody looks for that extra percent of slush fund that they can just.
I'm talking about the 4% that you're striking.
Okay.
I need the 4% that you're striking that my board can access to have a flat budget.
Mhm. Have you always had a flat budget in the last 4 to 5 years?
No.
How much has it gone up, would you say, over those?
I would say our average has maybe been a 3.7. We had 2 years where we held it below 1.5% in preparation for, we did have a bond issue and had some new schools to open. So when you're opening a new school, it needs to be more for us. And we get some benefits of size and scale of 4 to 5%.
Right. Okay.
So I'm not referencing the vote of the people. I'm referencing specifically the Board of Education additional authority that is being removed in this bill will have huge problems for school districts looking to next year because we're subtracting out a new number that wasn't in the base.
And just one more question. You talk about the, when you talk about the special education reimbursement, so we're giving you money that the federal government promised you, but didn't deliver, right? So that's why the legislature agreed to do so. So what would happen if the federal government started to give that to you? Would you have to give it back to us?
I believe most federal funds go to the state, so it would likely flow through the state. So it could be where the appropriation is decreased of what's coming out of the general fund. And I don't know your accounting well enough to even speak to it. I shouldn't. But what would be coming out of the general fund for the state would then shift to a federally funded provision with the state.
Okay.
So most federal fund flows through the states to school districts.
I might need your phone in my Rolodex.
That it's here. Yep. It's a really big curveball to implement this bill this year. And I want to make sure all of you understand that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you, Ms. Stanage. Good evening.
Good evening, Vice Chair Von Gillern and committee. My name is Chip Kay, CHIP, KAY, representing Columbus Public Schools, Nebraska Council of School Administrators, and Stance. I appear before you to oppose LB 1316. I'm going to try to skip around in mine a little bit since Dr. Standish did such an outstanding job of covering some things. A lot of concerns about this bill having long-term negative impacts on public schools. I think the belief, and Senator Linehan said so, LB 243 was created to give districts the opportunity to access more than 3% property tax increase in circumstances that would force a district to go negative or backward in revenue, which we know with TIOSA could happen. On my testimony, you see an 8-year history of our district budget, an average increase of 3.46%. I feel like if I'm going to sit in front of you, I need to be very transparent about how we've done our finances. I've been the director of finance for the last 4 years. The budget does include federal programs, special education. I created a column without ESSER. That way it's much easier to compare. I also want to make note that Columbus Public Schools, a member of the GNSA, did not ask to exceed the 3% tax cap for 23-24, and our tax asking was under 3%. Our district's in the top 12 for lowest per pupil cost per students, below the state average. Our enrollment is growing. What the story and the numbers don't tell is the needs of the students are changing. The increased reimbursement for special education was wonderful, a tremendous positive. I think at times it was viewed as new flexible revenue, and that's really revenue to ensure our special education programs can do what they need to do. Columbus Public Schools has lost, or will have lost, $6.2 million in state aid over the last 4 years. During that four-year span, our tax increase has increased by $5.4 million. That means there was about a $770,000 gap. So we had not even been able to tax back the amount that we lost. How do we do that? We do that through, obviously, some things in our budget. On the second page, I want to jump to chart 2. What Liz was talking about is how that affects 25-26. We're anticipating being 1.9 million in the negative if there was a 3% hard cap next year. Not knowing official state aid numbers, I haven't seen what Dr. Standish has. But when in 25, 26, 26, and up 27, when that SPED changes, you can see disproportionately what that does for putting us in the hole. I think that's the concern with the hard cap is while we haven't had to use it or even consider it, we don't know the impact of what that state aid change will do. And that may be a time where our board would take the opportunity to address that. We do realize that if we go over, I think it's 7% for our district, we can do a vote of the people. Having just done a mail-in bond election, it was about $32,000. Personally, I'd rather not pay the $32,000 unless we had to actually go to 7%. You can see from our budget increase, 7% would be rather high. Could I make my closing statement real quick? Would that be okay?
Very quickly, please.
Thank you. What you're seeing in this projection will likely be the norm for every equalized district in Nebraska. This is likely the result for all schools, in some cases more drastic than equalized schools. Currently, LB 243 works to prevent this drastic loss and permits local control and local decision making. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kay. Questions from the committee? Senator Murman?
Yes, I do appreciate you staying under the growth cap last year. I'm just curious, what would your budget growth would have been if you included ESSER funds?
If you include ESSER funds, that would be the first number that says budget. And then without ESSER is without the ESSER funds. A little easier to compare 8 years without ESSER funds. Our funding would be pretty consistent with the sources over those 8 years.
But you don't know what the percentage growth would be each year approximately if you.
No, so the budget growth in white is without ESSER. So that's so you can see our actual, what I would say, 8-year consistent pattern of spending. ESSER would obviously inflate that because like for a district our size, we received 5.2 million in ESSER money. So.
Other questions? I have a question, Mr. Kay, and you opened the door on this, so I'm going to ask you, why did you do a mail-in bond election?
That's what our county was told they had to do and needed to do or what. It was all up to the county. It was not the district's choice. We didn't pass the bond issue.
There was no other election that you could have added the bond issue to?
Because
of
timing. We did it in March last year.
Okay, so
Yeah.
the district chose to do it in March rather than tying it into another election. Okay.
Correct.
All right, thank you for that clarity.
You bet.
Thanks for being here.
Thank you.
Next opponent.
Yes, you're right. Thank you.
Hello again. Dave Welsh, DAVEWELSCH, President of Milford Public Schools Board of Education, been there 26 years and also farm south of town. I stand and oppose to LB 1316. As you may have gathered from my earlier testimony, I do believe in local control. I know Senator Murman was on a local school board. Did you ever levy more taxes than what you thought you should? I doubt it. You're a frugal farmer like most of the farmers are. And so it just, I don't know where this erosion in trust has occurred in our locally elected school board members, but obviously it's there. And the narrative that there's lack of transparency in what we're doing when we create our taxes, we have a publicized budget hearing, tax request hearing. It's in our local newspapers. In a small town, oftentimes the local reporter or the editor of the paper interviews the superintendent and puts an article in the paper. It's there. If people want to show up, we can't go out and drag people to our school board meetings. And so our transparency, it's there. And so the narrative that it's not, I don't believe is true. In this handout, I've got 8 years of Milford Public Schools tax asking. Shows our property tax request for each year. Right below that's the annual percentage change. Started out at 4.9%. Then we requested 7.3 less one year. The next year went down 0.1%. Then we're back up 6.6. Then we're at 0%. And to answer your question, what you'll probably have, we accessed all the extra authority we had this past year, and we levied for it. We gathered in all that money. And boy, am I glad we did, because as Liz Standish and others have said, we now have our preliminary 24-25 state aid allocation. We've gone down $823,000. 7.5% drop in our state aid. Milford, as I said earlier, Milford's been equalized since 1990. We know how this works. Some years your state aid goes up, some years it goes down. So now what do we do? That 823,000, it's 11% of our current property tax request. How are we going to make up that loss in revenue from the state? Going to have to go to the property taxpayers. That's why we allocated and took the authority last year. It was to protect ourselves. We're smart. We've been through this before. And as you can see in our past history, when we didn't need the money, we dropped the property tax request.
Can I get you to wrap up, please?
Okay. So, yeah, and some people are like, well, Milford's spending too much money. Out of our 20 school array that's used to calculate our state aid, we're the 6th lowest out of those 20 schools. So we're not spending money willy-nilly. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions from the committee members? Seeing none, Mr. Watchley. Oh, I'm sorry, Senator Murman.
On your chart here, it shows, I think, a 3.3% increase in property tax requests.
Correct. Over an
I think
8-year
you mentioned
period.
state aid. I missed what you said there. The
Well,
change in state aid.
Yeah, for this coming year, our state aid's going to go down $823,000. That's 7.5% reduction from what we received last year. And that $823,000 is about 11% of the $7,500,000 that we requested in property taxes last year. So we're going to have to make up 11% of our property tax request from last year. How are we going to do that?
Yeah, so you mentioned it's gone down, I think, 7.5% to last year, this past year. I'm thinking from, to compare it with this chart from about 2015, what is your state aid increased?
Oh, it's been up and down all over the place. I mean, when, what happened from 2008 to 2015, ag land doubled and tripled in many parts of our state. We almost lost all of our equalization aid, which was the bulk of our total state aid. And slowly we've been gaining that back. You see some of the factors down at the bottom. We've grown our growth over this past 8 years. We've grown 13% in enrollment. A big expense for us is special ed reimbursement. We're verified students have gone from 74 to 154 verifications. We've been very fortunate this last year. We needed to fill 2 special ed positions because of that growth. We're lucky to have 2 applicants that actually met the requirements, and we hired both of them, and they're working out great. But not every school's that way.
But you don't know what state aid's done from about 2015 to 2024 then?
I don't have those numbers in front of me,
Okay,
but like I said, it's a yo-yo effect for our district. It always has been.
Any other questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Next opponent. Good afternoon, Revenue Committee. My name is Sean Scott, SHAWN, SCOTT. I am the superintendent with Adams Central Public Schools, here representing our school district. I did have a few school board members lined up to come today, but conflicts arose, and so you get the second string today. I have 2 simple things for you today, and part of it's the handout and part of it's the other number. So for the record, this past year, our school district did vote after a long consideration to use the extra money at 6%. When it was all said and done with our budget, we went up 3.6%. So we only used 0.6 of what we could. Most of that was due to us having a waiting list on our preschool for the last 3 years and deciding to add staff to our preschool, which is greatly needed in our school district. Besides that, it's a lot of the inflation costs that go on in the school district that took that. In addition, we did see our valuation go up 8% and our tax rate went down 8%. So it's one of the few years we were able to do that. So I feel like in an overall sense, we have been very responsive with this, but also being very responsive with voting over that. So I don't have the numbers to share with you, but I do know that just from an ESU 9 area that I fall in, I do know that there was a majority of those school districts did vote to exceed that, but less than half used it. Okay, if you just went numbers straight up there. So the handout that I did give you is sitting right here. If you look at the bottom number, that red number, it does look like we could operate under a 3% budget because for the last 16 years, we have an average general fund total budget increase of 2.47 cents or 2.47%. That's really good. My district's very proud of that. My school board's very proud of that. Okay. But the devil is in the details if you look at the numbers above there. Okay. 2007, 2008, what happened right around there is we are a product of the class 1, class 6, and we took on 5 elementaries at that time. Those double-digit increases in our budget, percentage increases, were our adjustments in those years for that. You will also go through here and you see a decrease of almost 7% in one fiscal year, and that's when we closed 2 buildings and reduced our staff as being responsible to taxpayers. Another big number on there is the 9.43% that you see in 2019-20, and that is exactly when we had passed a bond, opened up a brand new elementary school, closed the other 3 or 5 I had mentioned earlier, and we started several programs that were much needed, like early childhood, and it was a good thing for us. So with that, I just wanted to give you some real life examples, and I'll answer any of your questions. Thank you. I'm sorry, is it Dr. Scott? Or
Sean, Mr. Scott.
Mr. Scott, thank you. Any questions from the committee members? Yes, Senator Murman.
How much money do you have in your special building fund? Do you know?
Right now, it's a little over $1 million.
I know you're either redoing your football field or going to redo your football field.
We've talked about doing that, but we haven't yet.
You haven't got that. Okay.
Correct.
So it's not in the plan right now.
No.
Could I ask, are you planning on using the special building fund to do that?
We very well may, because it's a need for our school district. I guess it's up to our patrons to decide, our school board to decide if that's a real need for us. How we've always approached the general fund or a special building fund in our school district is that, because we do tax in our special building fund, is that what are the needs of our district and how can we use these to best suit that?
Because what we've always done is that we should always feel like we have 15 to 20% sitting in the special building fund for needs, okay? Right now, if we had a roof that we had to replace, we would use the majority of that $1 million on one building, let alone the 3 that we have in operation. So,
Do you know approximately what it would cost to do the football field project? You know?
depends on how you go about it. If you're gonna put turf down, you're talking at least $1.5 million. I don't know if we're looking at that necessarily, but if you're gonna recrown a football field and do stuff like that, there's almost no way that you can seed a football field because it takes 2 years to get grass to where it can grow. So you're probably looking at sod, and that's gonna be expensive too.
Of course, you're talking about reconfiguring it and doing the stands also, I think.
Well, we were doing that in multiple years. We weren't all doing it at once. So we do have some safety concerns with some of the bleachers we do have on our football field. And right now we're getting a proposal from an architect engineer saying, are these safe to use or not? And what we do as a school district will be based on that recommendation from an architect and engineer.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
Next opponent.
Thank you, Vice Chair Von Gillern, members of the Revenue Committee, Senator Linehan. My name is Jeremy Klein, Jeremy Klein. I'm the superintendent of Heartland Community Schools, which is headquartered in Henderson, Nebraska, serves the communities of Bradshaw and Henderson in western York County. I'm testifying today in opposition to LB 1316, and I'd ask the committee to not advance this bill specifically because it would repeal section 79-3405 and effectively change the certified base growth percentage from what has been referred to as a soft cap to a hard cap. Such a change would cause a number of significant financial difficulties in my district. Ours is a district with a reasonable comparative tax burden. Our general fund levy is currently below 50 cents and our total consolidated levy is just under 58 cents. We're also a non-equalized district. We're good stewards of taxpayer dollars at Heartland Community Schools. We maintain low tax rates and we don't accumulate resources that we don't need. Districts like ours, which have consistently demonstrated restraint and good faith, would be harmed quickly and deeply by the passage of this bill. I'll give you a simple example of how the passage of LB 1316 would become untenable in my district as early as this next year. Using only the base growth percentage calculation, my district would have its total allowable revenue for next year increased at most by approximately $193,000. And as we know, that total allowable revenue increase includes both the general and special building funds. Personnel cost increases for next year alone in my district will require approximately $173,000 of that amount. We'll also need to fund increases in other operating expenses inside of our general fund. And these aggregate cost increases are likely to exceed the remaining $20,000 of additional allowable revenue. As stewards of all of our district's resources, our board will also need to make investments in our building fund and our depreciation fund. The authority and the flexibility that boards are currently afforded will be necessary to some degree for my board when it comes time to adopt a budget and the corresponding tax requests this coming fall in support of the goals that we've committed to through our long-term planning. I'd like to assure you that we want to be good partners in any effort toward easing the local property tax burden over the long term. I'm confident that given some measure of both time and flexibility, together local districts in our state can meet our shared goals of lowering the local property tax burden and investing in high quality education. LB 1316, however, lends neither time nor flexibility to this partnership and would reduce our chances of successfully meeting both of these long-term goals. I therefore ask the committee to not advance LB 1316.
Thank you. Questions from the committee members? Seeing none, thank you for being here, Mr. Klein. Next opponent testimony.
Good evening, Vice Chairman Gillern and members of the Revenue Committee. My name is Connie Knoche, CONNIEKNOCHE, and I'm the Education Policy Director for Open Sky Policy Institute. And we're here testifying in opposition to LB 1316 for all of the reasons that people have mentioned previously in the testimony, specifically the local control issue, having to go to a vote of the people to be able to increase your spending, the cost of having an election every year to be able to make up for the losses is expensive to the district, and it causes their expenses to be higher. So it just is like a snowball effect. And then also the concerns about what happens with special education being part of the receipts when you calculate the property tax restrictions. So for those reasons, we're opposed to this bill. And I understand that there was some questions about the graphs or something that we had in some primers that we did. And we were happy to sit down and visit with any of you to talk about where the data came from and how it was calculated. And with that, that'll end my testimony.
Thank you. Any questions from the committee members? Senator Kauth.
Thank you, Vice Chair Gillern. So you were saying elections are expensive. Can you tell me how much does an election cost? And you're talking about special elections, right? Not ones that are in the general or the primary.
Right, it's the special elections that they have, and I believe one of the testifiers said that it was like $3,200 or something like that.
$3,200.
Or maybe it was 32,000. I'm not sure how much the cost of it is, but it is expensive to put this to a vote of the people and to get the people to come every year to vote on these issues. It creates a lot of problems for them.
So follow up on that, getting people to come every year is difficult or talk more about
Well,
that?
I think it was mentioned earlier that when you go to the annual elections, there's more people that come to vote at those as opposed to a special election. So just getting people to come every year is going to be an issue, I believe, for the schools.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions from the committee? Before you leave, I don't want to leave that issue hanging. And not to complete the point on behalf of Senator Kauth, but it doesn't seem to bother to have special elections for bonds by the school districts. And I would like to know how much those cost.
Okay.
And I think I did hear, I think you mentioned, the second number I think you mentioned was the accurate one.
The
I think what was said was
32,000.
around $32,000.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
I don't know if that's an accurate number, but that's what I recall hearing earlier in testimony. So
I
the
knew it
record
was
will-
32 something.
the record will show. So thank you.
Okay.
Thank you for your testimony. Next opponent. Anyone else would like to speak in opponent as an opponent? Any neutral testimony? Seeing none, Senator Linehan, would you like to close?
Thank you very much for y'all sticking with us here today. This hearing is a good example of the problem we have and why it's up to us to fix it. I introduced a bill to cap expenditures, and I will say I messed up. I know that you have to make exceptions for growth, and I will address that. But to have nobody from ag or the business community here to support this bill, that's why it all falls to us. See, because public schools budget all in, well, not all in, what? Taxing, $5 billion a year. That's a lot of business. It's a lot of people that are employed by public schools, that provide services for public schools. That $5 billion goes out all over Nebraska. That's why this is hard. And we're going to be in a lonely place trying to fix it. But I believe if we don't, we're going to have huge problems down the road. Some of us come up in the testimony. Long before I was paying much attention to Nebraska, I think 2006, a group of people got together and decided they were going to change the Constitution so we could have preschools and pay for it with property taxes. So now we have new preschools and public schools popping up all over. The first year I was here, we had a state senator who introduced a constitutional amendment that we would provide preschool from 0 to 5. It would cost billions of dollars. But know that that is the goal of many people that came to testify against this bill today. Now, I believe that we need more childcare. I just don't think we need it at public school cost. I'm going to go back to, nope, sorry. This one right here. It's the one with the table 3A, 2003 to 2023, annual included changes in property valuations and taxes. We heard about inflation today, so let's look, let's just take a year. 2013, inflation was 1.5. Taxes went up 3.96. And that happened for a decade. And when one percentage is 3% or 2.95%, and the other one is less than 2%, over decades, that's huge. So that's the problem we have. Now the schools, who are here today, some of them. And I will work with them, or we will work in making sure that we're not forcing somebody so they can't collect, and how the special ed works. And we can work, we've got the revenue, Department of Ed, we'll have Department of Ed come in, explain to us what is real and what's not real. But I remember these stories. Here's the story from Columbus schools. They bought 79 acres of land on 3rd Avenue, north of 30th Street, for an elementary school. 79 acres. The new K through 4 elementary school is estimated to be $18,900,000. Now, I grew up on a farm, so I have a pretty good idea what 79 acres is. It's just the acre short of 80. 80 is half of a quarter. Lincoln has opened 2 new high schools in the last couple of years. They're not full. They don't even have juniors and seniors. Or maybe one has juniors and seniors, or one has sophomores and sophomores. So the idea that the schools are going to go broke is just not the reality of the situation. And finally, both Senator Albright, Senator Von Gillern hit on this. I think 1 or 2 or maybe 3 of them said today they planned for years. Years they planned their budgets out in front of them for growth and for the future. But somehow they always have to have special elections. Now, you can't say both those things. If you're planning out years in advance, then you shouldn't have to have special elections every 2 or 3 years. Many of us are on the education committee, and this is good. There's a reason we do that, because education and revenue are very closely connected. The testifier in education committee, last week, I think, testified here. The reason they do special elections is because you can imagine if there was something from the county and something from the city and something from the school all trying to get a bond passed, they would never pass. Transparency. We cannot, going back to this chart, or whatever chart, the one I had at first. We cannot keep putting money out for property tax relief and the taxing entities raise them faster than we can pour. Since we've been over $1 billion in the property tax relief, $1 billion, and they still went up. Thank you.
Any questions from the committee members? Seeing none, Senator Linehan, then we'll close our hearing on LB 1316 and we'll move to 1318.
Oh, you have a question?
Excuse me. We have letters 1316. Maybe we do, maybe we don't. Thomas gave them to me. Thank you. We have 0 proponents and 5 opponents and 0 neutral letters on 13 and 16.
Makes my point. No proponents. Really?
Thank you. Thank you, Thomas. All right, we will open the hearing on LB 1318. Good
Okay.
evening.
Good afternoon, Vice Chair Von Gillern and members of the Revenue Committee. I'm still Luann Linehan, Louann Linehan, and I still represent Legislative District 39. Before I even start, this bill is a mess. I asked for Charles. What I was trying to do is not what this bill does. So we have an amendment. This is them, right, Brian? What I did in the original bill, or whoever did it, bill drafting, I messed up, whatever, doesn't matter. We erased everything Breezy did last year. So on Saturday, Tom called, Senator Breezy, now Treasurer Breezy called me and he goes, what are you doing? I'm like, what are you talking about? He goes, your bill, you like undid all the percentage increases in the property tax credit bill. I'm like, I did not, I wouldn't do that. And lo and behold, he had the bill number, I pulled it up and I'm like, we did. So when I sent it to bill drafting, what I was trying to do and what this amendment does, when we did 1107, and it was when we were trying to convince people we're gonna have a problem in the future because your valuations are gonna go up and you're gonna lose state aid. And we tried to get them to agree that they should take more state aid and drop their valuations, but that didn't work out. But now we're here today. But we couldn't convince them to do that in 1107. So what we did was we said, okay, we'll just take the money and put it in property tax credit fund, and the money will go straight to the taxpayers. So to do that, there was an argument about how fast we could do it, whether it would work. This is a revenue versus appropriation fight. So the appropriators wrote the bill to say that we'll use anything over 3.5% growth to go to property tax relief as soon as the rainy day fund gets to $500 million, which that kind of tells you where we were in those days. We wanted to get to 500. Now we're at what, 863 million? So anything over 500 million went in the property tax credit fund. Well, nobody expected, this was a gift from the angels. Nobody expected that instead of having 3.5%, maybe 4%, we would have 16% growth. So that's how we ended up with $546 million in the property tax credit fund. Last year, we should have caught this, I should have caught it. The 3.5, anything over 3.5% goes to the property tax credit fund, expired, sunset. I believe as part of this whole project we're doing here, we need to reinstate the 3.5%, anything over 3.5% goes to property tax credit fund. Because you're not doing all the other things we're gonna talk about this week. You're doing it with growth. We did it once. Now, I don't know if we can do it again, but it definitely needs to be on the table. And that's what this bill was to do, is just go back to what we did in 1107. 3.5% should take care of all the known increases we're gonna have in state budgeting. So then we always fight over what's above 3.5%, right? Or we debate that. So let's just say, until we get in a better place, it all goes in the property tax credit fund. But even guys, I don't know how we can put any more in property tax relief unless we get a control on spending. It's, as Senator Van Gillern said, it's like being in a bad relationship. The more we give out, the more property taxes go up. That is not sustainable and it's not responsible. Thank you.
Any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you for your opening. We'll invite any proponent testimony on 1318. Seeing none, is there any opponent testimony on 1318? Good evening.
Good evening, Vice Chair Von Gillern, members of the Revenue Committee. My name is Craig Beck, that's CraigBeck, and I am with Open Sky Policy Institute, here this evening to testify in opposition to LB 1318. Certainly appreciate Senator Linehan's explanation. I was also a bit confused by the bill and then the fiscal note, which I think did the exact opposite of what she was trying to do. And we're really here for just one simple reason as it relates to this. We oppose revenue triggers, which is what, we'll have to wait to see the amendment before I can read it, before I can actually comment on that. But essentially what I believe Senator Linehan said that she's looking for in the new amendment would be to reinstate that revenue trigger that we had implemented under 1107 in 2020. We tend to oppose those just on the grounds that they are unpredictable and they can lead to results that, can put the state in difficult times. I'm well aware that under the original 1107, trigger that was instituted, it was in place for 3 years, sunset at the end of FY23. We had really high record revenue growth, as I think Senator Linehan referenced in her comments. Certainly hope that continues going forward, but really our concerns are just with implementing revenue triggers and bringing those back after they've already sunset. So with that, happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Any questions from the committee members? Seeing none, thank you for being here, Mr. Beck. Any other opponent testimony? Seeing none, anyone that would like to testify in the neutral position? Seeing none, Senator Linehan, would you like to close? Oop. Is this a neutral? Excuse me? Opponent. Would you like to testify as an opponent?
Are we allowed to? I mean, you were wrong, so.
I don't know if it's in your best interest.
Neutral capacity is still open. Actually.
All right, Mark McCarg, MarkMchargue. I'm here in a neutral capacity for Nebraska Farm Bureau and the ag leaders. So we knew there's an amendment coming. I mean, we looked at the bill and we clearly flagged it because we felt like it did completely undo all the work we did in 1107. But we also felt like it undid a lot of the work that we actually did just last year. So when you pull it all together, we have talked ad nauseum about this session and kind of what our priorities are going to be. And we've got a number of priorities, but one of the big priorities that we've looked at very closely is to make sure that everything that happened up to this point, including last year, does not get discounted, does not get double counted, does not get rolled back. And that's really important because having sat on the governor's task force for the last couple months, there has been a lot of proposals that have kind of come in and out of our conversation that's wanting to actually kind of peel off some money and recount it. What we really appreciated last year that we felt like was really important was that, my understanding anyway, is that when we did have growth, that extra growth, say we went up 10% in revenues, we equally put 10% into the refundable credit fund, okay? We thought that was good, and we didn't. My understanding is it didn't have a limit on where the rainy day fund was actually at. and that there wasn't a 3.5% part of it. And we felt like that was appropriate because the rainy day fund, ultimately, we can manipulate that. We could put extra spending in, we could spend that up, and we could spend that down. That's not really a reflection of where we're actually going in our property tax asking. So we felt like long-term trajectory, if as we went up in revenues, we kept putting money into the fund at that percentage level, that would keep us on a trajectory to kind of keep pace in a way, all right? Now, we're having lots of conversations about capping, putting levies down, and relative to the capping conversation, we are absolutely in favor of caps. I would say we're in favor of hard caps. And Luann mentioned that ag didn't come in, but there are other bills that we're going to talk about how we actually absolutely have to control spending. But there's an element, so I apologize for some of the confusion, but just looking at the bill at its face, which we have to do, not knowing what the amendment and actually not being able to work through the amendment 100%, I, as a producer representing a pretty large block, I just felt like we could not say something. I look forward to working through the amendment, working out the numbers, working through the spreadsheets and stuff, and we'll hopefully certainly have the opportunity to do that. So be happy to answer any questions.
Any questions from the committee members? Seeing none. Thank you, Mr. McCarty. Is there anyone else who'd like to testify in the neutral capacity? Senator Linehan, would you now like to close?
Yeah, the screw up on the drafting of the bill is horribly embarrassing. And I made a mistake and I didn't catch it. But even with that said, I look at the fiscal note and I don't even think that matches with the mistake bill because it's like, this does away with the property tax treatment. So we had a lot of new staff, a lot of new people doing things. So we'll go back to the drawing board. And I think I will work with the Department of Revenue and try and get, well, it is true, the fiscal office can't give us a fiscal note until we move it to the floor. So I think the Department of Revenue could probably help us figure out more where we go. So thank you all very much. Appreciate your hard work.
Thank you. Questions from the committee members? Seeing none. Oh, Senator Murman. Senator Murman.
So I haven't read the amendment. I assume your intention with the amendment, if I understood it correctly, is to keep the property tax, eliminate the sunset on the property tax credit fund.
I thought this was so simple. I don't, but it goes to show nothing simple. I just want to go back to on 1107 when we said anything over 3.5%. It's a trigger, just like Open Science said. I agree with them. It's a trigger. Anything over 3.5%, I'm for them. They're against them. Anything over 3.5% goes to property tax relief. So this is after, because we budget that we will have, we actually budget, I think, that we're going to have 4% growth and our spending is going to stay at 3%. And then we mess with that every year. But this would automatically say anything over 3.5% goes into the property tax relief fund. And then if somebody wants to spend it, they're going to have to fight property taxes. Let's say that we want to, there's so many people that want things I don't want to, let's say there's some shiny new thing out there that some in the legislature want to buy or pay for. So it'll be that shiny new thing versus property tax relief. That's my goal.
Sure. And I don't want to hold anything up, but how does that differ from 1107?
Because that expired in 1107. We don't have that anymore. That expired last year.
Yes, I understand that. But so this does exactly what 1107 did.
Well, I can't say
with that.
exactly. Because there's some changes. Clearly, we're way over 500 million. So but that's my goal. My goal is anything over 3.5 goes to property tax relief. So we can grow our way out of the problem if we get some caps.
Okay. Yeah, we need the gap. Thank you.
Any other questions from the committee? Going once, going twice, seeing none. Wraps up our hearing.